Morning, just a sound check to everybody. Good seeing everybody joining. We're just admitting a lot of people into the session. So I'll be with you in a few seconds. You're welcome to greet each other in the chat room, share contact details. You're most welcome. Have a great session. Thank you to Pegasus for hosting us today. We'll be with you in a few seconds. So good morning to everybody. While we're still admitting more colleagues into the session, let's start with a little bit of housekeeping. My name is Harry. Glad to see all the people joining, and hopefully you've started the day well, and also looking forward to the event like myself. Also welcome to all the people on YouTube. There's already a lot of people on YouTube following. And yeah, so please, ladies and gents, keep yourselves on mute during the duration of this event. We will give you opportunity to ask questions and unmute yourself during the questions and answer session at the end of the session. Should something goes wrong, then we will send an email to you guys how to rejoin the session. But let's believe that won't happen. Now, all of you are sort of used now to the Zoom and the digital platform, so it's easier nowadays, you know, but 2 years ago still it was quite an educational process in the start of each meeting to get all of us going. But remember, there's a chat room at the bottom of your screen, so you can click on chat and you're welcome, most welcome to share contact details and greet each other in the chat room. But you're also welcome to, you know, voice your questions or type your questions there, should you have questions for the panelists. Even though during the panel discussion at the end of the event, we will give you opportunity, as I said, to unmute and to ask a question when recognized. And then the participants screen, you can click on participants at the bottom of your screen, and you can see we're also on the event. And you can mouse over your own name, and you can then change your name should the device name is showing or not your own name. So you're welcome to do that. No problem with that. So more people are still coming in. But let's have a look at our program for today. And I'm going to share my screen with you guys. So there we are. We're talking about minibus taxi formalization, improvement, and integration. We're proudly being hosted by Pegasus today. And Mr. Peter Gray kindly agreed to act as our MC today. Thank you, Peter, for that. I just want to give recognition to our sponsors and so on before we start the event, and I hand over to Peter a little bit later on. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's our program. I'm not going to read through it. I think Peter will then introduce you to all our presenters, but this is an exciting program compiled by the Pegasus team, so we really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Pegasus. So there's the first half of our event. You can see then we'll have a break around about 10 to 11, and then there's the second half of the event. Exciting program. Right, so obviously, ladies and gents, this Transport Forum events are complementary to the public, to everybody, and related content on the web. So obviously, we need organizations to fund the Transport Forum, and we do it in a fashion of sponsorship. And I would like to give recognition to that. We also got formal industry alliances, so bodies in the industry who are in formal agreements with the Transport Forum. And let's give quickly recognition to these organizations. Now, what I want to say is you need to listen carefully, because we're going to have some fun. And that is C-Track, our platinum sponsor. They offer 2 of these very nice bags as prizes. So at the end of my introductions now to your sponsors and alliances, we're going to ask questions, and we're going to have 2 prizes, C-Track bags that C-Track will have couriered to you. And we will ask questions about our sponsors, and the first person answering the question right in the chat room will be the winner of that quiz. And we will have 2 questions, so there's 2 bags to be won. And so listen carefully, and we're having a little bit fun here. Right, so the Transport Forum's got formal industry alliances, professional bodies associated with the Transport Forum. There you can see them, and quickly we have a look at them. And remember, with all these associations and the sponsors, guys, you're welcome to interrupt me when you want to say a few words yourself about your organization. Obviously, the sponsors or the associates, and we can do that. So the South African Express Parcel Association, so it is a representative body of the voice and of the express delivery industry in South Africa. Thank you very much, Gary Marshall and team. We've got the Road Freight Association. Without trucks, South Africa stops, they say. You can see they're covering green, smart, safe, and legal freight. Thank you, RFA, for your alliances. We've got the African Rail Industry Association doing lots of work in revitalizing our rail infrastructure in South Africa, working very hard on third-party access and so on. So thank you very much, ARIA, for your support. We've got the South African Bus Operators Association, SABOA, and they actually represent the South African bus and coach industry. They played a vital role in the social and economic development of our country. Thank you, Basil and team, for your kind support. We've got South African Association of Freight Forwarders, SAF, already established in 1921, obviously representing the freight forwarders in our country, such an important body. Thank you, SAF, for your support, UNITA and team. And then the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, CILT, leading international professional body for everybody who works for supply chain, logistics, and transport. And then we've got formal industry media alliances, Freight News, Railways, African Engineering News. There you can see Freight News, news and features for import and export decision makers. Freight News, also known as Freight and Trading Weekly, before they've been part of the Transfer Forum actually since inception. And if you're not subscribed to these magazines, ladies and gents, you're losing out big time. This is all about the logistics news, Freight News. We've got a Railways Africa magazine, the African Continent Specialist Trade, Technical Business-to-Business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector, rail infrastructure, very important. And we've got Creamer Media's Engineering News. So real economy news, real time. Thank you very much, Engineering News, for your support. And then we've got our sponsors. And our host for today is Pegasus. You can see they've got a slogan, changing lives, changing worlds. I don't know, Peter, or somebody from Pegasus maybe want to say a few words about Pegasus quickly.
Thanks very much, Harry, and welcome all, and good morning. My name is Peter Gray. I'm from Pegasus. Just a few words about Pegasus. We are a multidisciplinary practice. We work in a variety of sectors, as you can see on the screen, including very much the transport sector, with our transport practice being established around 2010. And we've been working in the sector for some time and are very happy to be hosting this event today about the minibus taxi industry. We get involved in setting the direction of projects for both private sector and public sector clients. We use our expertise in across the various sectors to help to craft solutions with our clients and take them through to implementation. You can go to the next slide, Harry.
Peter, no, this is only the introductory slide. So a little bit later on, I'll give you opportunity to talk more about the Pegasus team when I introduce you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks for your support. We really appreciate it, Pegasus. All right, C-Track is our platinum sponsor. You can see they're making everything visible. It's a global software as a service and a big data company for vehicle tracking, fleet management, insurance, telematics solutions. Thank you, C-Track, for your platinum sponsorship. We've got University of Johannesburg also part of the from the start, the same with C-Track, being part of the transfer from since the very start of it. Prof. Jackie Walters, Prof. Nalin Pisa, they're supporting us very much, also very much involved in mentoring myself. Thank you very much for your gold sponsorship. We've got Global Trade Solution. You can see it's consulting and strategy, software solutions, specialized services, all about the imports and exports industry. Thank you very much, GTX, for your gold sponsorship, GTS. Unitron Supply Chain Solutions, innovation expertise delivered. You can see they're the leading provider of integrated transportation, warehousing, and supply chain-based services to customers with a variety of needs, offering bespoke value propositions in each segment. Thank you very much, Unitrons. Birthday Cargo fulfills the needs of the express cargo industry for daytime and overnight cargo capacity across comprehensive Southern and East Africa footprint. Thank you for your gold sponsorship. Ticket Pro Travel, you can see they've got a very convenient and effective online booking tool for all your corporate business booking needs. You can see they're talking about Ticket Pro as an online corporate travel booking tool with everything you need and nothing you don't want. From the same group, we've got Ticket Pro Smart Tab. So that's the Smart Tab solution includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system, inspection tools, and comprehensive MIS reports. Thank you very much, Ticket Pro Smart Tab. JC Auditors, I don't know if our friend Oliver want to say a few words.
Yes, thank you very much, Harry. Good morning, everybody. Yes, so JC Auditors offers a full one-stop solution for any compliance that you may need. Obviously, people know us primarily as RTMS auditors in the road transport sector, but we're very proud of our team. We're the only certification body now in Africa to offer every single major ISO standard to the sectors in our country. And, you know, we're all about how do we help our clients manage risk and protect their brands. And recently we've added data security. So we now are very pleased to launch our data security division, which essentially means we will equip your team, your IT infrastructure with protection it needs, and also your staff to minimize social engineering from hacking onto our data servers. And I think in today's world, data drives everything. If your data is not protected, it's a massive loophole. So we're looking forward to chatting to you about any ISO certifications or compliance needs, and looking forward to some great discussions today. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Oliver. Much appreciated. Thanks for JC Auditors for your support. Right, and since we've got Zutari Impact Engineered, previously known as Oracle Consulting Engineers of note. So thank you, Zutari, for your gold sponsorship. Also been involved with the Transport Forum for many years. We've got Standard Bank, with more than 160 years of experience. They believe that dreams matter and that together they can make them a reality. Standard Bank, Kathy Bell and team, very much involved also in the road transport management system. Thank you, Standard Bank, for your kind support. Then we got Kuba, transforming ticketing. Kuba is part of the ICM Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital era. So it's journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. Thank you, Kuba. Easy Clear, software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers covering air, sea, road, and rail. Thank you very much, Easy Clear. We've got the Bunya Capital, bespoke taxi industry insights, IPTN advisory, and public transport thought leadership. We see the Majola is also behind the Bunya initiative. Thank you very much, Bunya. So there are our sponsors. Let's give a big hand to our sponsors for supporting the Transport Forum. We really appreciate your support. And we're looking forward to, having the day today with you guys. Ladies and gents, I just want to remind you of the business directory. This business directory has been outsourced to Boleng Bonsle consultant, Olga Maschilu. There's a number. It's a very well categorized business directory. It only costs you 450 rands per year to get listed. and Olga can help you to do that. And we're getting great feedback from companies telling us the exposure they're getting through this business directory. So the presentations you see here today, and actually all the presentations presented at the Transfer Forum over the past 15 years they are available on that website, complimentary. And then there's a downloads feature where you can then download the presentations. How it works is you need to log in on a Transfer Forum website, username and password. Should you not have a username and password, then you click on sign up. And the sign up option should give you access to a simple little sign up process. It will confirm your email address. And once you've logged in, then you can go to events and select downloads. And once you've got downloads, then you have a little search engine that you can search through more than 900 presentations, obviously including today's presentations. So there are two ways you can do it. You can type in that field, find by title or description. You can type in a person's surname, and you hit search, and it will give you all the presentations presented to that person over 15 years. Or you can type in a title, right? So easy as that. Or you can go to category and you can select the day's date and hit search, and it'll give you all the presentation of that specific day. So very simple to use. Good. So there we go, ladies and gents. Let's have a little bit of fun. And this is now our sponsors, who's going to be, you're going to ask questions about our sponsors. And the first person who answers the question correctly in the chat room will be the winner of these two prizes. And it's 2 bags. So the first bag, I'm going to ask a question, and let's see who answers right. So here comes the first question. Which organization has the slogan, changing lives, changing worlds? There we go, Pegasus. Jaco Pick, it seems that you were the first one there. Congratulations, Jaco. So I'm just making notes here. Right, and then here comes the question for the next bag. All right, the question is, which association represents the bus and coach industry? Sabawa and Duduzu, you're right. Yes, you guys are sharp today. Congratulations to our 2 winners. We will have C-Track will courier your prizes to you, so we will contact you obviously for your delivery addresses and so on. But congratulations to our winners, Yaku and Duduzu. All right, great stuff. So ladies and gents, I would proudly now like to hand you over to our host for today and our MC, Mr. Peter Gray, and he's going to take us through the program. So Peter, apologies for the misunderstanding earlier on. You want me to share your Pegasus slides now, I suppose? Or you want to share them yourself? Peter, I don't know if you're on mute or...
Can you hear me now, Harry?
There we hear you now, yes.
Great. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. Please let me know when it's coming through.
Yes, we can see it, this slide view.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, is the slide view coming through?
Perfect.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm just going to spend 2 minutes just talking a little bit about Pegasus and myself, just to introduce myself, and then we'll get into the program. We do have a very exciting program, and we're very happy to be hosting the session. As I mentioned earlier on, Pegasus does have a number of different sectors, including cities practice, climate, energy, resilience, waste, and water. But most importantly, today we're here to talk about transport. and we've been involved in the space since 2006. The transport practice started, working mainly with public sector clients, but also more recently with private sector clients. And we do, I'm not going to read everything on the slide, but we do pride ourselves as being trusted advisors and partners to a range of clients in the sector, and very excited to be working in the sector in South Africa. We also have, we've worked across many other countries. We're very fortunate to do that, not only with transport, but with the other sectors. And we do have offices in Africa as well as in Europe, which we use to serve our clients. And then specifically on the transport space, we work in the business strategy and planning space across all levels of government. And we'll talk a little bit around the projects we're working on in a moment. But we work on, in IPTNs and the bus space, as well as minibus taxis, which is the subject of today's discussion. We work in the systems and tech space, rail, freight, and low carbon transport. And we've got quite a sizable business, and we get involved in the detailed, both the planning and design, but also the implementation and operation of transport projects, of major transport projects. And we like to carry, right through from the design into the operational space, and which is great because you're able to learn a lot and then tweak the design as you go based on how things play out. So we have a number of services in the space, which include some of them I've mentioned already, so I'll just touch on one or two others. But we work also in the institutional design and structuring space. The design of projects and the institutional structure we found is incredibly important for their success. And we also have a very active legal team and division. Many of us who work in the transport sector will know that the legal aspects become very important. We also have a capital arm, which deals with bankability, feasibility, and due diligence, as well as capital raising and transaction advisory. And working together with our cities practice, we are also able to offer transit-oriented development, or TOD, advice and land value capture strategies. Just some of our transport experience in SA. We do work across a range of different spheres of government for the National Department of Transport, as well as different cities and municipalities. City of Cape Town. We've worked in eThekwini, Joburg, Ekurhuleni. We're fortunate enough to also have worked for the World Bank, in particular a financing paratransit project. We work for the provincial government on the Provincial Sustainable Transport Program, as well as the George IPTN. We also worked on the Gautrain, providing transaction advisory services and alternative funding options, as well as some work for the Fiscal and Finance Commission and the Development Bank of South Africa. So that's a little bit about Pegasus, and please do get in touch with us if you'd like to know more. A little bit about myself. I have a spatial planning background, and the slide that you see is actually the cover of the dissertation that I did back in 2006, which seems like a very long time ago now, but I did dust it off in preparation for this session. And I've always been very interested in the transport sector, in fact fascinated by the taxi industry, and having finished my planning degree, I then did a master's in transport studies at UCT, and worked for the City of Cape Town for many years in the business planning branch, working together quite closely with the other My City departments or branches, the systems planning, infrastructure, and industry transition in particular, and operations. I remain fascinated in the sector and very happy to be your host today. And I joined Pegasus in 2018, and I've been working since then on in the IPTN, bus, minibus taxi improvement projects, as well as in the rail sector. So that's a short background about myself, Harry. And then the next, Harry, can I move on to the introduction for the program for today?
Yes, please. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to switch presentations. All right, presentation mode. Welcome, everyone. My job is to set the scene for the for the exciting speakers that are to follow. And I thought I would start off by talking a little bit around the evolution of the taxi industry in South Africa. It is a fascinating journey. And just to start by saying, in the 1970s, we had, I think, quite established rail and bus services, which were well funded by government. But there was a large dip in funding in the 80s. And increasingly so, formal public transport services declined relative to the rise of minibus taxi services. And obviously, we know that bus and rail have been subsidized and continue to be so. And the minibus taxi industry receives very little subsidy. But in the early 1970s, interesting to note that the minibus taxi industry didn't really exist. There were 4-seater sedans that started driving around and providing transport services to cater for demand in township areas. And legislation basically prohibited market entry for minibus taxis. Because of our spatial planning legacy and the way that our cities were built, because of our apartheid past, we saw rapidly a rise in demand, in particular for people to travel from townships into the urban areas. And the formal public transport systems could not cater for that demand. And indeed, government did not have the funding to I guess, build up those systems, so which created, in a sense, a big and growing market for an alternative form of public transport. And so, from around the 1980s, the minibus taxi industry, started growing quite rapidly. But was curtailed because it was illegal to provide these services in 16-seater vehicles at the time. And I think the contributors to that, as I've mentioned, were the spatial form of our cities, but also the low cost to entry for minibus taxi operators. They had to buy a vehicle, and then they would operate. Also, the large unemployment in the country, it provided an opportunity to make a living for operators and their families. And then the other factor is, which we still see today, is the longer term operating costs of the sector are not always well understood in terms of vehicle finance payments over many years, for example, and the maintenance costs that's associated therewith. Around 1987, the government decided, after much deliberation and a period of, I would say, policy confusion, to deregulate the industry. And that led to a huge growth in the sector. And I think important to note, there were plans for a kind of controlled or orderly or phased deregulation, but at the time that those plans weren't implemented, and the entry for operators was simply to pass minimum safety standards. So there weren't strict controls on the industry, and that obviously led to thousands and thousands of operators joining the sector. So we went from, I think, from the 80s to the 90s, increased from around 4,000 minibus taxis to around 40,000 countrywide, which is huge growth. And that, without really effective controls, led to oversupply, which led to very intense competition for the market, which led to violence and the rise of minibus taxi associations. So I think it's quite important to note the role of the state here, and some of the challenges that we have today, in terms of some of the challenges I'll get to, but also that the minibus taxis filled a very important gap in providing services, providing demand where the state wasn't providing it. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, there was a very strong emphasis on regulation and control. There was the establishment of the National Taxi Task Team, which put forward a range of recommendations, which led to these increased regulatory controls and increased enforcement. And we also saw at the time, in the 90s, the NLTTA being published, which led to the rationalization plans that were developed for many municipalities and the operating license strategy, and a focus really on trying to ascertain what the demand was and making sure that the supply was curtailed in a sense because of the challenges around the competition that I've alluded to earlier. At that time, also there was the taxi recapitalization program, which was launched, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. So the focus really in the 2000s being on regulation and controls, and then in the I guess late 2000s or early before the World Cup, there was quite a significant shift in the sector in relation to what had been happening in other countries, particularly in South American countries, around the emergence of BRT or bus rapid transit as a solution seen as a solution for many of our transport challenges in South Africa. Significant funding allocated, as we know, through what's now known as the PTNG, Public Transport Network Grant, which led to many projects in many municipalities focusing on improving public transport through BRT projects and doing that through the existing bus operators and the minibus taxis in those areas, which I think most of us will be quite familiar with. So that's just a very short background on the evolution of the sector. And then I think quite interesting to note is the mode share of minibus taxis. And here we see the National Household Travel Survey mode share of workers from 2003 to 2013 to 2020. And we can see that already in 2003, nationally, the mode share was around 60%, which has risen to about 80% now in 2020, which is quite remarkable given that the industry receives no operating subsidy and is competing with subsidized services with bus and rail services. So this obviously includes metro and non-metro. And one of the things that has, as we know, the rail mode has declined quite radically over the last decade, which has also allowed the taxi industry to grow. But it is, I think, important to note, that just the dominance of the minibus taxi mode, it's here to stay for the foreseeable future. And I think many of us in the room are well aware of that. And today we look to have a look at what is happening in different spheres and in different practices around improvement projects for the sector. And the reasons for that are fairly self-explanatory. As I've mentioned, this is just a split of the funding in 2020-21. You can see on the left-hand side, the PTOG bus services received around 23% of the funding, around 7 billion. PTNG, similar order of magnitude, 6.5 billion for largely BRT projects, as well as other public transport improvement projects. And then PRASA getting the lion's share of around 16.8 billion. And then the minibus taxi industry, that tiny little sliver of the pie there, attributed to the taxi recap program, around R500 million nationally in that financial year. So yeah, the taxi industry receives a capital subsidy, no operating subsidy, dominant mode share, and it's in fact increasing relevant to other modes. So that's just important background information, and hopefully setting the scene for the speakers that are to follow. So I've talked about the kind of the rise in mode share and the benefits of the industry, that it's providing a demand that government is not able to provide, but it also comes with many challenges, and I think many of us are well aware of these challenges. So this is just some statistics from the National Household Travel Survey in 2020. Almost 40% of people surveyed feel at risk of being in an accident. Almost 40% say the fares are too high. 36% are dissatisfied with the roadworthiness of vehicles. 37% are dissatisfied with behavior of taxi drivers towards passengers. So quite a lot of challenges, and I think many of us will be aware. In some circumstances, we still see passengers choosing to use taxis even when there are alternative modes, higher quality modes in our that the sector has designed. So there's a lot of lessons learned that have come out of the recent focus since 2010 on funding that's been allocated for these projects. And it's important to understand what the passenger perception is. Yet we still see the rise of the mode share of the industry. And I think very importantly, we need to understand why, what are these challenges caused by? If we want to make improvements and address some of these issues, we need to understand what causes them and address the root causes of those challenges. The one I haven't mentioned, the far right one, is not part of the passenger perception survey. But it's very much one of the biggest challenges of the industry, which is the route competition that I've mentioned, the proliferation of illegal operations, and taxi violence that has resulted. So what are some of the economic fundamentals that are driving some of these challenges that we have? We know that the business model of the sector, where drivers earn after they meet daily targets that are set by operators, is a key challenge for safety. It leads to fare chasing and reckless driving and overloading of passengers, which is very prevalent in the industry as drivers try to maximize their income on a daily basis. We've said that there's no operational subsidy, so with quite intense competition in the industry, there is marginal profitability. Routes are overtraded. The fares for passengers are relatively high, because they aren't subsidized, and because of the nature of the vehicle being quite small, especially as one travels longer distances, fares become very high for passengers. And we also see the business model is very good services and very frequent services in peak periods, but very infrequent services in off-peak periods when it's simply not lucrative to be operating, being an unscheduled service. And then maintenance of vehicles, a big problem for many operators that choose or cannot afford to maintain their vehicles, and becoming quite a big safety risk. And then the last one is the control that associations exert over routes, which has happened de facto because, I would argue, because of our the deregulation of the industry, as we talked about earlier on. And in some instances, there's associations are incentivized to recruit operators, generating entry fees as well as annual membership fees, which remains a key challenge, and that leads to oversupply and competition for the market, which further reduces profitability and can lead to route invasion and taxi violence. So those are just a snapshot of some of the challenges and the causal factors that contribute to them. Then just touching on government's approach to date to address some of these challenges in the sector. We've seen increasingly a focus on enforcement, which is trying to address the reckless driving and some of the challenges we've mentioned earlier on, as well as vehicle conditions and safety and illegal operations. And clearly this remains a very important area, but at the same time, it is not going to address the economic factors that drive some of these challenges. So in many ways, it's very important, but it's not going to result in a change in the business model, and therefore these issues will continue almost undoubtedly. There's been, as mentioned, a big focus on regulation and strict control to try and address oversupply issues, and then we see that through the current public transport record that municipalities need to prepare, and the rationalization plans and operating licensing strategies. We've seen, as mentioned, the taxi recap plan, which is a relatively small amount that is provided for trading in of old minibus taxi vehicles for the purchase of new vehicles. I stand corrected. I think it's around 70,000 Rand now, but I'm sure in the comments people will correct that, the exact amount. And then we've also seen since 2010 a shift to a gross cost contracting model, or the rollout of the IPTN networks, which has attempted to address many of those factors that cause some of the challenges by contracting services and ensuring that operators are paid based on a scheduled service rather than the current business model, and linking that to the formal bus sector, which has been what I've called here the wholesale transformation through BRT contracts, also known as the replacement model, at least in many of the phase 1 planning and implementation across municipalities in South Africa. It's been very impactful along corridors, in particular in those institutions that have the capacity to plan and execute and then manage the operations. So those have been the four kind of approaches, main approaches to date. There are, of course, other approaches, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot about those later on. The approach to the minibus taxi sector going forward, I think it's fairly obvious that minibus taxis will continue to transport the majority of people for the foreseeable future. Certainly, the last 20 years has shown that, despite the lack of despite the focus on control and regulation and enforcement and the lack of subsidy, we've still seen the mode share increasing. We think that rail will be very difficult to restore up to its previous passenger levels, given the nature of its decline and the factors that have contributed to that. Not to say that rail isn't important. We should be prioritizing rail, but it's not going to be it's not going to be providing a large mode share in the short to medium term. And then BRT rollout, we've had many successes, but we've also had many challenges in some municipalities. The rollout is relatively slow to roll it out on a corridor by corridor basis, and it's proven to be much more expensive than initially anticipated. So it's also not going to be a replacement solution for the sector, and also is only relevant in those high density corridors with lots of congestion where you need to have mass rapid transit services to provide a competitive travel time service. So we do need to find ways to improve minibus taxis, and I think with the lessons learned and the general the dialogue or discourse in the sector, we are shifting away from a narrative of replacing all minibus taxis with formal services. Just noting that there will remain a role for BRT and larger bus services, like the PTOG services for longer distances in particular. And we do need to shift and find ways to improve the quality of existing services, minibus taxi services, and importantly, find ways to integrate them into the formal public transport network. And this space is, I would argue, relatively new. There's a lot of things happening, which we're going to talk about today, which is quite exciting. I think that it'll be hard to kind of land on one approach. That's the approach. I think there's a lot of different dynamics across the sector and across different geographies. It's quite likely that different pilots and initiatives will need to be tested and may require quite a bit of adjustment before we can land on longer term and agree on what longer term solutions might be to improve some of the issues with the sector. I put this Rubik's Cube on the bottom right there because I think it's a good analogy. I don't think it's an impossible challenge, but it's certainly a difficult one. So the key takeaways are needing to understand what the fundamental economics are driving the issues, as we've mentioned earlier on, and if we need to understand those in order to address them. Relying only on enforcement is unlikely to result in improvement in the sector by itself. We need to leverage the strength of the industry. We know that minibus taxis are relatively small vehicles. They're flexible. They're demand responsive. Those are strengths, and we need to find ways to work and leverage those strengths and integrate them with the formal sector. I think very importantly, we need to find ways to work with the minibus taxi industry and establishment of a dialogue with the representative structures and continuing that dialogue in partnering and looking for joint solutions. I think in many ways we have common goals with the sector, so that relationship and dialogue becomes very important. And then change is not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a long time. We should see this as a process of transition, which I think is important to acknowledge. And I think I have one more slide. I hope I'm doing okay for time. So there are some exciting initiatives already taking place. And the purpose of today is really just to find out a little bit more about them and to stimulate dialogue and conversation and learn from different approaches that are being applied in the sector. So we've gathered together, a range of stakeholders, which I'm not gonna introduce them all now, but rather introduce them one by one before they speak. And thanks for those that sent me a brief blurb on your background. And we are looking at the different speakers will talk to a range of interventions, including, how to integrate thoughts on how to integrate minibus taxis into formal IPTNs, which is, I think, a key topic of conversation. Vehicle improvement programs and vehicle financing, which is also, addresses the issue of maintenance and vehicle safety and sustainability. There are various incentive programs that are also on the agenda for today, which we'll hear and learn more about how these work and what the lessons learned are. There are also approaches to formalize taxi associations into companies and follow collectivization models, which also remain very important, and that's will be touched on through, I think, various speakers today. Those efforts to formalize and the benefits that can come with that. And then on the business development side, there is also a role for the private sector to play. And increasingly, as the industry is able to formalize itself and address some of these, some of the challenges, we think that there will be more opportunities for private sector involvement and business development opportunities. And then lastly, the technology that has evolved, and technology has changed radically in the last 10 years. And we do look to see what kind of positive changes can be realized through utilizing new technologies. So that also remains a very important piece of the I would say puzzle, but I'm going to say Rubik's Cube. So we do hope through exploring this diverse range of initiatives that we get a better understanding of the opportunities of the industry, how these can be leveraged, and importantly, how they can be funded. As seen earlier on, there's very little funding flowing into the taxi industry in the operational space, and hopefully we are able to over time test these different approaches and find things that work, noting that not everything will work in every space, as I mentioned earlier on. But certainly from a generic design point of view, we hope that there are some measures that will be effective across municipalities and also in the non-metro areas and across the South African landscape. Thank you very much, Harry. I think that is me. I hope I didn't go too far over time.
Not at all, Peter. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, let us put up our program. There we go. Peter, yes, thank you. So you can announce our presenters.
Okay. Thanks very much. So the first speaker we have is from national government, who's going to talk to us around national taxi policy and program. Mr. Lesebi Manamela. Welcome, Lesiba. Sorry, apologies. Welcome, Lesiba. And we look forward to hearing what the national perspective is at the current time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. I'll try to share from my side. Let me see. Do I have the right to share? Okay.
Yes, you have, Lesiba.
Just tell me, is it visible?
Perfect. You can continue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. I'll try by starting with a broad overview in terms of the transport policy for public transport, and then I'll come to the taxi directly to the topic of today, which is the taxi taxi industry more around the reforms. So it's a very short presentation, starting with what the white paper on national transport policy of 2021 says about the vision of public transport. It is defined that we need to provide safe, reliable, effective, efficient, environmentally kindly, and the bolded there we are saying fully integrated transport operations, obviously an infrastructure that will best meet the needs of freight and passenger customers, improving levels of service and cost. I think the focus that I would want us to go into is around providing a fully integrated transport operations that improves the levels of service and cost. And then the white paper says to achieve that, there must be adequate supply of transport infrastructure and services in relation to demand. We will be able to provide supply that responds to demand. And for users of transport, the supply should be accessible, safe, secure, and the cost-effective and time-efficient and reliable. Now, these are the pillars that the white paper says when we do transform transport services, it should come to those benefits for the users. Now, a review of the targets that were set in the white paper of 1996 in terms of public transport and transport in general shows that there's still a gap between desired policy objectives when it comes to public transport and actual performance, because most of those targets that were set in the 1996 white paper have not been reached, have not been achieved. There have been repeated, some of those in the 2021 white paper. So there's still more that needs to happen to achieve the desired objectives that have been set out in the white paper of improving public transport in the country in general. Now, where are we now in terms of the status of public transport? The picture has not changed much in terms of the travel patterns. If you look at the current public transport situation in South Africa, yes, there has been improvement, like the previous speaker Peter has indicated, in terms of the IPT and PRT since the adoption of the public transport strategy in 2007. There's been some improvement in major metros and cities that shows a movement in terms of improving public transport through IPT and plans, although very little is happening in rural areas. So yes, there is this progress that is being made. However, there are realities that still prevail. Public transport is still characterized by those issues of overcrowding, lack of proper facility, unreliability of modes and not being safe. Rail and bus services, which generally provide long distances, have been on the decline for years. There's a program now of recapitalizing the rail sector. So the picture is still the same, where you still have a dysfunctional rail that is being improved to be able to provide the required services. We still have a situation where public transport modes operate in isolation of each other, independently and mostly in direct competition in terms of instead of integrating and providing the benefit of an integrated system. We have a situation where the minibus taxis are now becoming the very core of public transport, because they've moved into sectors of the market that have not been serviced by the traditional subsidized bus services and new rail service. Now, when it comes to funding, there is this contrast that we see. There has been a decline. The graph on the left is more on the public transport investment trends in the department when we look at different grants, the blue one being the subsidy for buses, and you can see the green one is rail. There is an increase recently, I think, because of the program of rail recapitalization. But when you look at the bus one, it is on the decline. It's more since 2018. The picture is still the same. Now, I want to show us to look at the taxi one. This is the taxi recap. It has been very minimal. And now, because of the underspending, we are not even spending much on the taxi recapitalization program, because that is the only funding that we have for taxis at the moment. We'll come to that a little later. Now, the other contradictions is on those graphs on the pie charts on the right, where you have at the top the orange is the number of trips by taxis, but when you look at the funding, it's almost 60% in 67, almost 70% there. But when you look at the funding at the bottom, they get only 1% of subsidy, whereas rail around 13% in terms of passengers, but it gets a lion's share of the funding, same with buses. So those are the current status for, in terms of funding public transport that requires to be corrected going forward, and the discussion today will try to assist. But I want us to quickly focus on what is the rationale for funding public transport, because whatever interventions we are going to discuss today should be able to deal with the core of why do we fund public transport, especially when it comes to subsidy. The circumstances under which funding is recommended, especially subsidy, is where there are market failures. Now, amongst others, we are talking about the consumer inequality, because subsidy is strongly targeted to the poor who are captive users of public transport. At the bottom, you'll see we're saying there are a number of reasons why you subsidize, but I just focused on one, which is inequality. There are others where you subsidize for externalities and so forth. In South Africa, the biggest reason for us to fund public transport is around distributional grounds, inequality, where available public transport services are unaffordable. Now you provide direct subsidy in that regard. Or public transport is totally not available, where you have to extend services and you do a subsidy through a capital outlay and operator incentives. Now, this is the issue that we should always recall when we talk about funding public transport, whatever mode we are talking about. Say the beneficiaries at the end should be the users of public transport. Now, let me quickly go to the status of the public transport, the taxi industry in the country. It is given, I think Peter has just raised it, that it plays a very important role in the economy currently. Because as we have seen, it accounts for more than 70%, figures around 69, 70% of passenger transport trips in the country today. But the operational model, it shows we are now finalizing the study that we are now doing, preliminary report to look at the extent of the illegal operators from the taxi side. The preliminary report that we have, we're still verifying, that shows that almost 65% of current operators do not have valid operating license. They are operating, those are people that we are saying are operating illegally. They are providing a service. Some of them would require to be co-opted into the system, but the reality is that the majority of them are operating without valid operating license. There's a challenge of oversupply, and of course the growth in illegal operators, which has resulted in contestation over routes, contributing in high levels of violence, because operators obviously would want to maximize revenue. The oversupply also leads to efficiencies of the fleet being diminished, because they operate during peak, off-peak, although they are suitable to operate short distances. They are packed, and then you have the situation where the fleet is not optimally utilized. And of course, there's still a view that the taxi operators operations are unsafe and would require to be corrected. Just a short to share with you the funding that sometimes, if it is not properly, what's the word? If it is not sustainable, does not necessarily serve the purpose. I've just put in the taxi recapitalization program. Very useful to the taxi industry because it was intended to bring the aging fleet, to recapitalize those fleet, to improve the safety standards in the taxi industry, and reduce the direct costs that operators were faced with. But here, this graph just shows the trend. Here we say when the taxi recapitalization program was introduced, the direct cost of operations were going up because of the aging fleet, and the benefits were going down. Now, once the taxi recapitalization program was introduced, the costs were stabilized and the total benefits were stabilized. But because this was a once-off, which is not a sustainable, that stabilization, we are now at the point where the direct costs are increasing because we are only scrapping vehicles that were registered before 2006. Now, those vehicles that were replaced from 2006 when the TRP was introduced, they are also already old, and then we are reaching a phase where we are back to where we were, where the direct cost is increasing, the total benefits, and then this becomes a cost to be taken over by the users of the taxi industry. So it's just an example that whatever model we would want to propose for taxi reforms should be sustainable. It can't be a once-off because it might not serve the purpose of making the taxi industry to be sustainable over a longer period. Well, this is just one other international case study. This is part of the subsidy study that we are now doing. To say, when we do the reforms, we must always take into cognizance that the taxis should be part of the broader public transport reforms. It can be reforms outside the broader public transport reforms because the taxi industry has a role to play in the broader corridor. The blue line here shows that the taxis are more efficient in lower demand corridors. It is one of the graphs that is in the subsidy policy. We can share the policy with colleagues. Once the numbers goes up, the demand is high, it's no longer cost effective. It becomes costly, and then you need a bigger vehicles. And then even your buses, there are points where when the numbers go beyond a certain number figure, you then need rail to come in and take that. So the lesson from funding is that for reforms is that we should do the reforms looking at the fact to match each mode of public transport to the appropriate volumes. Now, I think this is in terms of the reforms, issue to consider is that the taxi mode, when formalized, is viable for low demand corridors. It has to be part of the broader reforms of public transport to serve its role within the network, because it is not sustainable once you use it for high demand corridors. And the issue of formalization of the taxi industry through corporatization, I think the presentations today will look at different models that can be used, but we have to take into consideration that those models must be able to address the current challenges that we face. In conclusion, Chair, we are saying, although a one-size-fits-all approach is not practical, the taxi industry reforms should be part of the broader public transport reforms with two key issues that needs to be taken into consideration. Integration and multimodalism should be the policy imperative that we are looking at for the success of the reforms. And the second one is that for whatever we do, the interest should be on the passengers, on the users of public transport, the taxis when we do the reforms. So let me do the second point where we are saying the main purpose of transforming the taxi industry should be to leverage efficiencies rather than direct support for income to operators, since if we improve efficiencies, the support, I mean, the efficiencies will then bring the benefits to the users. So if we focus on improving and leveraging the efficiencies, those improvements automatically brings the benefits to the users, rather than us, our main focus should be to focus on benefiting the operators and forgetting the efficiencies and the sustainabilities of the kind of intervention we are proposing. I've already touched on the third bullet where we are saying at all times, our reforms should be first and foremost contemplated on the benefit for passengers. We must optimize the benefits in the interest of passengers. And lastly, we should always bear in mind that we bring all this distinction where we are saying there should be a distinction between empowering minibus taxi owners through making the current industry more profitable versus empowering these owners to shift into other segments of public transport market served by larger vehicles. For example, when they move into the BRTs, they can't move with minibus taxis. They become owners of larger vehicles. So that mentality should always come into our discussions when we look at upgrading the current taxi operators where necessary to become business owners for larger vehicles. Thank you, Chair. I think this is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lesiba, for those insights and in particular those conclusion slides. I think very hard hitting around the reforms and what they should be aiming at achieving, and also around the focus being on passengers and empowerment of the industry. I think the point's very well made. Our next speaker is Ms. Hanifa Khaibi. I may have pronounced that wrong, apologies, but she is a professional transport engineering consultant, currently responsible for the public transport component of National Treasury's City Support Program, otherwise known as the CSP, which is a change agent and a vehicle for collaboration and integration. The CSP aims to improve the capacity of cities and create an enabling intergovernmental system and policy environment to support city-led transformation. Welcome, Hanifa, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, everybody. Let me just share my screen. Let me know if you can see it and if it is in presentation mode.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. I think it's a very important topic, and I really just want to share what the CSP is doing in terms of the minibus taxi reform project. But perhaps before I start, I just want to read something to everybody that I came across on the Gift of the Givers website a few weeks ago. And it said that when you remove ego, red tape, and bureaucracy, and add commitment, trust, spirituality, and dedication, you make an incredible life-altering difference to the lives of those whose hope lies in fellow men. So when I read this statement, I also think about the opening sentence that my service provider, ODA, has been using over the last few weeks during our engagements with the metros on this project. And they speak about the fact that, and Peter, you also confirmed that, you know, as transport practitioners, we always speak about and refer to minibus taxis providing around 60 or 70% of the trips, when in fact, the latest stats from the National Household Travel Survey is showing that they do provide 80% of public commuter trips. And in addition, I also watched a recent episode on Carte Blanche where they interviewed the taxi associations, and some of the figures that came out of that interview was that the industry provides around 15 million single commuter trips on a daily basis, with over 250,000 vehicles currently on the road around the country. So I think the topic today is certainly a topic worth discussing, and in the hope to find sustainable solutions with the panel here today and with everybody in the room, so that at the end of the day, we can make a difference to the thousands of commuters that use this very important service. So maybe you're asking why National Treasury and why are we involved in minibus taxi reform? So the National Treasury, through its economic transformation report in 2019, highlighted the significance of pursuing the creation of minibus taxi models as part of the formalization of the industry, and also looking at ways where this industry can be brought into the subsidy net, which is what Mr. Leseba also indicated in his presentation. So National Treasury acknowledges that the Department of Transport and that there are respective provincial departments that have already addressed some sort of formalization of the industry, but that, there was the National Taxi Lekgotla and the Provincial Taxi Lekgotla towards the end of October 2020. And National Treasury also appreciates that certain municipalities have looked at different types of minibus taxi integration models, which we will hear today from the panel, and that there are various initiatives that are being done across the country. And we are also seeing that there are certain innovations and innovative modeling that is happening as well at a city or a metro level, and then also in the private sector. And really all just trying to address the challenges that we are currently facing with the minibus taxi industry. So it was felt that CSP is sort of a good place to play that integration role between the different spheres of government in looking at possible solutions for the minibus taxi reforms. And this is really just due to the mandate of CSP, which is to assist cities to enhance urban mobility and to sort of boost public transport ridership volumes, and also look at sustainable public transport systems. So to this end, the minibus taxi reform project, which we are currently working on, is in support with National Department of Transport. So maybe just to set the scene, we call PT15 is what the project code is. So when I refer to PT15, I'm speaking about the minibus taxi reform project, which looks at providing technical assistance to further understanding and documenting of the processes of minibus taxi transition specifically into the IPTNs. So just looking at the objectives of the project. So during the life cycle of this project, the team will provide or produce 4 analytical reports, then also create an engagement platform between the metros, which I will discuss later on in the presentation, research and document current minibus taxi innovation models, which I'll also discuss further. And then the last and final product of the project is to develop an integration framework, which looks at how the minibus taxis can be included into and integrated into the IPTNs. The projected completion date for this project is the 30th of September next year. So the first deliverable, which is the 4 analytical reports, the first one looks at the private sector participation, financing reform and industry empowerment. The second report looks at the legislation and policies around minibus taxis and public transport in particular. The third report is the IPTNs and what the cities are currently doing in terms of planning, and then looking also at the institutional capacity within the metros. And the fourth analytical report is the integration and innovation, just touching on sort of all the models that are out there and how the minibus taxis can be integrated. So the rationale behind choosing these topics for the reports was really just developed based on discussions with various stakeholders in the industry, and also looking at other projects within CSP, as well as the resolutions that are stemming out from the Transport Lekgotla discussions. So in terms of where we are at right now, analytical reports 1 and 2, we're just about finalizing that, and it should be in a final status in the next few weeks. The second deliverable was that establishment of the Metros Engagement Forum. So we've had 3 meetings to date, and the idea is that this forum or these sessions meet every 3 months. And the terms of reference around the Metros Engagement Forum was to create a platform for participating metros to share knowledge pertaining to the IP10 minibus taxi integration, also contributing to analytical studies of different aspects of minibus taxi integration and how these are sort of incorporated into IP10 planning and implementation, also to contribute to the documentation of existing and alternative minibus taxi integration models, and lastly, to look at how the minibus taxis industry can be consolidated and integrated into the policy environment. So in parallel to this Metros Engagement Forum, there are also ongoing discussions happening at a national level with National Treasury, just in terms of the public transport subsidization, and then also regular engagements with the Department of Transport to identify any areas of collaboration on a national level, and then also just to ensure that there's no duplication of work, and where also to see where the work that we are currently doing with the metros can assist and fit in with the work that the Department of Transport is doing, in particular the subsidization policy, which Mr. Leseba spoke about in the previous presentation. So the innovation models that we are currently assessing as part of this project, there are 6. It's the eThekwini Municipality Mojo Cruise, the City of Cape Town's TOC pilot project, the Western Cape Government Blue Dot and Red Dot initiatives, the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, the IPTS model, which is the minibus taxis forming part of the BRT service, and then the Gautrain and how they have incorporated minibus taxis as part of the feeder service, as part of the Gautrain system. So what happens during the assessment of these models is that we ask the participants from the metros to assess the models, where we produced detailed fact sheets, which was then given to all the participants. A multi-criteria analysis is applied to each of these models, and I think in the next slide I do speak about how they score the models, and the results then of the assessment will then be documented and presented to the Metros Forum. The idea is that the findings and the outputs of this process, where we are in a way assessing the various innovations that's out there, is then to look at how these models can be incorporated into the integration framework that we are currently working on as part of this project. So just in terms of the multi-criteria assessment, the criteria that we are using for these models is looking at the relevance of the model, scalability, so how can it be scaled up and down, and can it actually be incorporated in other programs, the replicability of it, the viability, so does the innovation enhance the viability of the minibus taxi industry and the overall public transport system, and then very importantly is the sustainability of that model. So the question is, can it be sustained without public sector support? That's one of the questions we ask. And then obviously the what is high on the agenda right now is the climate impact. So how does the model sort of demonstrate benefits to the climate, and then the user experience, and lastly the social impact of the model. So I know that I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but we do discuss in our Metros Engagement Forum, we go through quite in detail how we apply these criteria, and then the models, the metro participants then go back and they sort of score the various models, and we are at the process now where in fact the metros are busy with the scoring, and hopefully in the next 2 to 3 weeks we will see some results coming out of this process. But maybe just to say that what we are picking up coming out of the assessment of the various models that I spoke about, we see that the innovation practices appear to fall within two categories. So the first category looks at improving some of the negative features of the minibus taxi industry, where it looks at improving the passenger experience by changing driver behavior. And this is perhaps through some sort of a monetary incentive. So these models tend to focus on the improvement of specific aspects of driver behavior, such as harsh braking, speeding, and rapid acceleration. And then also what these models do is they use some sort of onboard electronic monitoring system that introduces the data for evaluation and reward. And this is how the incentive is then determined and payment is made either to the minibus taxi owner or the drivers. So most of the models identified for assessment appear to be in the inception or incubation phase. So it's really difficult to speak about the financial sustainability of these models, but this is really what we are picking up at the moment. The second category of the innovation models appear to focus on sort of improving the minibus taxi operations and looking at a business model with a view to enhance the efficiency of the operations model of the industry. So the model aims to enhance the viability and sustainability of the minibus taxi model, and in doing so, by improving the service offering to the taxi user. So what we have picked up is that this sort of model follows two pathways, where there's an operations improvement of the actual business case of the association, and also the pursuit of revenue enhancement opportunities. So the latter could include the provisioning of contracted feeder distributor service in addition to core services, without necessarily first investing in the improvement of the taxi operations model. Also, just in terms of the analytical report 1, which is the private sector participation, financing reform, and the industry empowerment, what is coming out of this and what we are picking up from the research is that there are sort of issues, maybe, and challenges or trends that we feel will negatively impact the ability of the industry to reform itself. So in a way to enhance its value offered to the public transport user, and then also to help integrate with city-based public transport network plans. So what we are picking up that the risk profile, for example, of the industry, which is largely attributed to the atomized structure of the industry, the fact that they sort of work in silos where you have various taxi associations operating on their own. Then the imbalance between new vehicles and between new vehicles and old vehicles, and based on the current vehicle supply in the market at the moment. So I've seen a lot of chats or people mentioning in the chats about the risk and vehicles being old, and that how that creates a negative impact, and very importantly, the safety of the commuters is compromised when the vehicles are very old. And then lastly, the resultant high cost of the capital infrastructure, the capital investment that is required, and then also the sort of what we call bad practices within the industry, where they are stretching the lifespan of the vehicles to more than 10 years, and also resorting to home-based repairs, which in turn produces negative externalities pertaining to vehicle safety. Again, something that I'm picking up on the chat, we're speaking about the cost of financing the vehicle. So maybe while we are on that topic, and there were some questions that were raised in the chat just in terms of what it currently costs to own a vehicle. So here's some of the figures that are coming out from the research, is that at the end of the day, the interest rates, for example, that's being charged is over 20%. What we are finding is that the terms for financing a vehicle goes as close as 72 to 76 months. There is various other fees, and at the end of the day, it means that the average owner out there needs to have over 15,000 Rand a month just to own one vehicle. So the costs are quite high. Also, just to say that the finance installments are almost 77.5% of the total cost of ownership. So very high figures, and something that we really need to consider when we look at the cost of operating the sort of minibus taxi service. Well, just some stats also that's coming out is that the approach to what we are finding in our survey is that we interviewed four, I think it was four taxi associations in the Cape Town area. The analysis of the investigation shows that the average age of the vehicles currently in operation out there is around 10 years. The average mileage of a vehicle is around 300,000. And that the recapitalization of the vehicles among the operators ranges between 6 to 12 years before they actually look at replacing the vehicles. And that as I indicated previously, the average or the interest that are being paid by the owners is in the region of 20%. So this slide just further summarizes what I spoke about in the previous two slides. But really, I think in conclusion is just to say that the capital costs, never mind the operational costs, just to finance the vehicle is quite high. So I think, I'm reaching the end of my presentation, but I really just wanted to chat what is coming out of our discussions and the insights that we are picking up through the research that we are currently doing. So some of the initiatives that we spoke about and that we are assessing is very reliant on human resources and some sort of monitoring systems, which in the end, is you need to question how sustainable are those initiatives. And then also the subsidy, how do we subsidize the services? I think Mr. Leseba also touched on this. I think the fact that some models are looking at subsidizing or through incentives are subsidizing driver behavior. And I think one of the questions we should be asking is that really sustainable in terms of paying drivers to sort of obey the laws of the traffic. So maybe looking at that. And then also, do we look at capital subsidization as the recap taxi program, or do we actually subsidize the operations? And maybe it's a combination of both. So do we look at perhaps assisting with the operational subsidies when it comes to fuel and the maintenance of vehicles? And then I think the third thing I want to touch on is creating unity within the industry. And also asking ourselves when it comes to formalizing the minibus taxi industry, what do all these things mean? What does it mean when we say transformation, transition, empowerment, integration, formalization? I think there needs to be a discussion around how this impacts the planning going forward. And when it comes to the transformation of the industry, perhaps we need to look at how we can transform on the ground first before we look at actually formalizing the actual business. Also, in the case with any sort of compensation, perhaps there should be sort of an awareness and I don't know, maybe a training program or an incubation where the taxi owners are perhaps made aware of how best to invest the money that is given to them. Does formalization only mean an operating company? When a company is formed, how does the government then address the empowerment aspect of the industry? So I think just what I want to say is that coming out of all the discussions is that we first need to look at how we transform the informal space before getting into the contracting space. So I know we speak about the contracting model, we speak about formalization, but at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of discussion that still need to happen in terms of the actual transformation of the industry. And then also educating and creating an awareness in the industry of how they can optimize their services to best help them to drive down their costs and increase the revenue at the end of the day. And this can even include looking at the fleet size within the industry, for example, using an appropriate vehicle size based on the demand. Over the past few years, funding has also just been focusing on infrastructure investment and replacing old with new. I think we need to change the way things are, or perhaps shift that focus to really look at how we can improve what is there and improve the operational efficiencies and improve what we have. And lastly, I think political will definitely is required to sort of push the reforms, start small. The pilot projects that we currently have, we need to really look at that and investigate and assess and research. And at the end of the day, lessons learned. I think the fact that if a pilot project didn't work, we learn from it and then we move on. So this discussion also today and the platform that we are creating right now is also a good start where we can share lessons and experiences and also just have frank, open discussions about how we can improve the industry. So in conclusion, I think that firstly, over the next 6 months, I just thought I'd highlight some of the things that we need to be cognizant over when doing or looking at how we plan public transport. And the first thing really is the anticipated recovery of rail, which unfortunately we know is not going to happen in the medium to short term. But again, we should not give up. Rail should still be the backbone. But while that is happening in parallel, we need to look at how we can improve the public transport services. And then when it comes to the IPTNs, we need to ensure that the planning paradigm that planners are currently using and at the National Department and policies and all of that that's currently working around IPTNs, make sure that it's not out of sync with what is actually happening on the ground. And then also in terms of the stuff that will impact the future of public transport and specifically the minibus taxi industry is the price of fuel. And then also the emergence of various technologies and looking at what affordable technologies out there that can help to assist with the formalization of the industry. And then lastly, forthcoming policies and guidelines that the Department of Transport is working on, and then identifying any collaborations or work that is happening in parallel and looking at partnerships or even identifying avenues for investment, whether it be in the public or private space, to help with the reforming the minibus taxi industry. Yeah, thank you. That's my presentation for today. Harry, can you please assist with stop? Yeah, maybe just see. Maybe I think I can stop share.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hanifa, for your contribution. I'm not going to comment on the content now just because we are a little bit over time, but I will just introduce the next speaker, Mandla Hermanus, who is a second-generation taxi operator. So it is great to have inputs from the industry. The industry often have said nothing for us without us. His father was an operator, and through him, Mr. Hermanus learned the dedication and commitment it takes to be in the industry, often waking up at 3 in the morning and getting home after 9 p.m. His father was adamant that children finish formal schooling, which they all did. And after his passing, Mr. Hermanus took over and started initially as a driver before growing the fledgling operation into a business. And decades later, he is now the chairperson of Sintako Western Cape, leading formalization efforts and business development opportunities. So, Mr. Hermanus, a warm welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, and hi to everyone. I'm just trying to get my slide. Okay.
Can we just get confirmation that it's sharing?
It's sharing. You just need to go to presentation now, please. Slide view.
Yeah, I'll be looking at what I think or I believe is the state of the industry at the moment. I'll look at the challenges as well and how do we move forward.
Manla, yeah, thank you. If you can just swap, if you go to display settings and swap the presenter view. At the top there, if you go to the top display settings.
Not seeing that.
Yeah, I think your Zoom menu might be, in front of it. So if you can drag your Zoom menu to the right, you might see that display settings. Are you working on two screens?
No, we're on
No.
one.
Okay, so if you're almost on, if you go to display settings at the top of the screen, so you mouse a little bit to the left and up.
Check on the screen, there's display settings.
Manda, else I can flight your slides on your behalf if you want to. There we go. There we go.
Okay. As an introduction, the industry, we're facing a lot of challenges. Our operating environment, I describe it as increasingly chaotic. The fuel costs, the inefficient regulation, and the financing houses. Like you look at some institutions, for example, SA Tax Finance, charging up to 28%, where vehicle repayments, you are looking at 18,000 a month, including insurance. And what also we perceive as unfair law enforcement, the violence and the lack of support from government. Because if you even look at the tax recap, I don't know how many taxes have been scrapped after 2007, because what they did was to fix the date for the types of vehicles that had to be scrapped. And that date was August 2006. So if you took delivery of your vehicle on the wrong month of 2006, then your vehicle was deemed to be fit and RITP compliant. And up to now, we've got those CIRs from August, September, October 2006, and the rest of the CIRs that were manufactured or at least were bought in 2007. Those are still on our ranks because they cannot be scrapped. Also, the approach of the government to the industry, we view it as clamping down, harsh enforcement measures, and not looking at the underlying issues that are causing the chaos that we see in the minibus taxi industry. And the challenges that we experience are very complex, not easy to be understood. One has to get into the space, but the starting point is for one to first recognize and realize the role that the minibus taxi industry plays in the economic space, because we are at the core of economic activity. And yet we operate from the margins. We are not at the center, even though we define the center as it were. While the industry has its fault, it is not solely to blame for the situation that we found ourselves in. Government and private sector also contributes towards these challenges and must be part of the solutions. This is not something that we can do it on our own. And also it's clear from the previous presenter that the challenges that we face, they cannot be left to the industry. Even the issue of formalization, it cannot be left to the industry to do it on its own. Even the fact that it's not subsidized. The issue of having drivers registered for UIF, sick leave, pay, days off, when we solely rely on the takings that the drivers bring every day. If a driver is off, then that vehicle is not working. meaning it's not bringing in money and there is no assistance from government. Those things are not things that we could do very easily without assistance. So it's critical that government assists us as we try to formalize and, stick within the law, because everyone wants to have a driver who's dedicated, who will look after your vehicle, but that driver must be happy. That driver must feel like he or she is working. We want that, but on our own, it's nearly impossible for us to do that. So one of the key challenges is vehicle financing. I've mentioned that we are paying upwards of 28% over 72. Now, sometimes they push it to 90 months. So by the time you finish paying off that vehicle, it's already falling apart, because even to meet your monthly obligations, you end up skipping the service intervals. Once it's out of the 60 kilometers, the 60,000 mileage, then you start taking shortcuts, because you cannot afford to have your vehicle being serviced by Toyota, for example, where it's going to be out of action for the whole day. So that's a big challenge for us. And also the issue of operating licenses. It's still a challenge. There are provinces where there are huge backlogs. We don't have that much of a problem here in the Western Cape in terms of backlogs, but there is a challenge with the surveys that must be done, and those surveys are the ones that determine the demand and supply. And the last ones that were done here by the city of Cape Town, for example, were in 2016, and we are in 2022. So the demand for operating licenses is still determined by a survey that was done many years ago. So there is a challenge there. And the other challenge, this is well known, the issue of infiltration of the industry by criminal elements. And these sometimes are by design, because sometimes associations are put in a situation where they have to recruit. And when they recruit, they don't recruit pastors or teachers. They look for people who can actually defend the territory of the association. And also linked to that, then there's regulations and enforcement failings. So what associations do, we are always accused of recruiting, taking in new members when there is not enough space for that within associations. And it's a big challenge. What causes it? We have instances where you've got very small associations operating alongside big associations. And what happens is that the big association, when they realize that the small association is operating on a lucrative route, they start asking associations to amalgamate and say, because we are operating from the same space, let's all work together, let's operate as one association. And when the small association refuses and they say, no, we are fine on ourselves, we are happy to operate the way we are doing. And then the problems begin, because now the big association is looking at the route that the small one is operating, which seems to be lucrative. And violence ensues. Now the small association ends up having to find muscle, because now they need to protect themselves from the big association that is trying to take over the route. Now, what government does when such things happen is that government will say, small association, speak to the big association, find common. Sorry, I just got stepped there. Someone unmuted. So it's a big challenge. Now the small association will have to go to government and say, we are being overtaken by this big association. These guys have got lots of members and they are taking over our route. What government will say is sit down around the table and find common ground. And this becomes a challenge. I always make an analogy that says, it's like when you've got a house, you've got your title deed, living there peacefully, and someone decides to come and stay in your house, and you ask SEBS to remove this person, and then SEBS says, no, speak to each other, but we don't want you guys to be fighting. And eventually, when you fight, because now the police are unable to assist you by kicking out this person, you end up fighting with this person. And what government will do is to say, now that you are fighting, actually, we are going to kick all of you out of this house. And we are going to close the house until you can find each other. Now, what that means, it means the invader wins at the end, because now you have to sit with the person who's invading, find common ground, and eventually agree to some of the demands so that you can at least go back to operations, because now the routes have been suspended. The association is suspended. Both the offending one and the one that is being offended, which is always a challenge, because government doesn't say association A, you are wrong, association B, you are right. It always say, talk to each other and try and find an amicable solution. But in the end, the one who was operating there peacefully is the one who loses out, because now they end up having to take in these other guys due to government failure to protect the rights of the legal operators. Now, this forces these associations to then start looking for people who can fight their battles, which is what I was saying, that they don't look for pastors or reverends to join the associations. They look for people who can protect. And this is how now criminal elements starts to come into play. Now the other challenge, especially here in the Western Cape, we feel law enforcement sometimes seeks to criminalize the taxi industry as a whole. You get a sense that the view from some government officials is that the taxi industry as a whole is actually just one big criminal enterprise that must be regulated out of existence and beaten into submission. So that limits the space where we are able to constructively engage, especially with the municipalities as far as law enforcement is concerned, because we are viewed simply as criminals who should not be on the roads. Hence, here in the Western Cape, you've got bylaws that make it easy for you to lose first your operating license, and also not just your operating license, but your vehicle when it gets impounded. If it's impounded for a certain number of times, then that vehicle will not be returned to you. It will either be sold or it will be crushed. And if it's sold, and then they will take over whatever costs, which we do not know. And supposedly they will give you back whatever are the proceeds from the auction if it has been sold. So there are challenges. So whilst we struggle to get new operating licenses, as I mentioned, because of the surveys that have last been done in 2016, but the regulations are such, and the conditions that are attached to the operating license are such that even when you have your operating license, it's very easy for you to lose that operating license. You can use the operating license simply because a driver has skipped a red robot. And we have seen a shift from punishing the driver by law enforcement agencies to where the idea is to remove the vehicles from the roads instead of dealing with the drivers who might be breaking the law. So a big challenge for us. So we are being forced to lose our vehicles. They get impounded, as you can see that is the pound. And I think it's not the full view. I'm sure there are hundreds and hundreds of taxis that are sitting at the pound. We don't have a serious problem with taxis who are impounded for operating illegal. But now with current regulations, even when you have an operating license, it's no longer a guarantee that your vehicle will not be impounded. We've got lots of our operators who get impounded on a daily basis for transgressions that are committed by drivers. And you end up having to pay up to 7,000 rands the first time it's impounded. And this amount goes up to 15,000. And the threat is that the fourth time your vehicle is impounded, you will not get it back. And we do not think that this is the correct approach. So how do we move from this? Here in the Western Cape, through the initiative of Blue Dot, we were able to set up a provincial company, Umanyano Travel Services. And following that, we then set up 8 regional companies because the Western Cape taxi industry is divided into 8 regions, from Cape Town right to Plettenberg Bay in the Southern Cape. So the 8 regions also formed 8 regional companies. So those 8 regions are the shareholders of the provincial company. And the shareholders at those 8 regions are the primary associations where those regions are located. And this has assisted us a lot in terms of changing the mind shift from our operators, because suddenly people are seeing themselves as directors and shareholders and not as taxi bosses. And this does a lot to change how people then approach the business of the taxi industry. So that is assisting us a lot. It's a pity that up until now, we are still fighting to have that program extended and expanded, because results have shown that it works and it has resulted in the change of the driver behavior and improved the experience of the customers who use our service. And also we believe that the enforcement should be fair. Like we said, we don't have a problem with targeting illegal operators, but do not unfairly target those who are operating legally, or those who might not have operating licenses on specific routes due to government failure. A point in case here is a development that has been around for 8 years, an area called Brackengate along the R300. That area has been around for over 8 years. And yet, as we sit here today, there is not a single operating license that has been issued for operators who take people there. For an example, from Nyanga area, there are about 25 vehicles that take people to and from Brackengate. None of the 25 vehicles have operating licenses. And the city of Cape Town is aware of this. The traffic law enforcement, they are aware of this. Whilst we are busy with the city of Cape Town to try and get these operating licenses to our members, what the law enforcement is doing on the other side is to specifically set up operations, roadblock operations at Brackengate, knowing fully well that there are no operating licenses. And yet, if you take 25 vehicles per day from one area, you times that by 15 people. So that is the number of people who work there. And that's just from one area. So when law enforcement then goes there, knowing that there is a challenge, it's been 8 years, people must get to work, there is no train, there is no bus, they are using taxis. And then you set up roadblocks to impound. It would be interesting to get stats from the city of Cape Town. How many vehicles over the 8 years, the 8-year period since the existence of Brackengate, have been impounded for operating there without the necessary operating license, or what they say, because when we send vehicles there, we send vehicles that have operating licenses, but might not have that road because it has not yet been granted. So vehicles then are impounded for operating contrary to the conditions of their operating licenses because they are on a street or a road that is not on the operating license. It would be interesting to see how many vehicles over this period have been impounded and how much money has been made by the city of Cape Town through this specific targeting of an area that is known not to have operating licenses for impounding vehicles. So, big challenge. We are saying law enforcement, it must be fair. We are not saying we should be a law unto ourselves and there should be no enforcement of the law, but we are saying it must be fair. For example, government can suspend a route now, case in point, Mbekweni Pal, the route B97 from Mbekweni to Belvedere. On the day that government suspended the taxi associations there from operating that route, the very next day, GAPS was given a temporary operating license to provide that service. And yet, when such things we discuss with government, they always say the law does not allow them to issue us with temporary operating licenses where there's a demand for operating licenses, but we are not yet at a stage where those operating licenses can be issued. Because we've always been saying, can't you find a way to say we recognize we have failed to take into account transport needs when we develop this area? Therefore, we are going to give you a temporary operating license so that you can provide a service whilst we go through the bureaucratic processes that governments go through before the issuing of permanent operating licenses. So that's why we are saying we need fair enforcement and better regulation. And also government must be proactive, must assist us. We are sitting with criminal elements in the industry. And so it's difficult to manage them. But when we move from a taxi boss mindset to a director kind of mindset for the industry, then we start to change how these guys think. But we do these things whilst trying to stay alive at the same time. So on our own, again, without the assistance of government, things like when you apply for an operating license, there is no vetting that is done. All that is required is for one to make an affidavit that says you have not been jailed in the last 5 years. And no vetting is done to ensure that the person who's coming into the space is a bona fide business person, not some criminal with a long list of criminal convictions. And as the industry, we are unable to get that information. It's way beyond what we could be capable of doing. But government could come in and assist us there. And also, stricter regulation of vehicle finance. You have a challenge where hundreds of people are able to buy taxis, and yet they do not belong to taxi associations. They are not registered anywhere, and they don't own any operating licenses. How are they able to get finance for those? Because they don't buy them cash. They are financed by the financing institutions, and yet they do not belong to taxi associations, and they don't own any operating licenses. Once they have these vehicles that they need to pay back the installments at the end of the month, then they look for places to work. And this puts the leaders at primary associations in very difficult situations where they have to turn people away and say, no, we do not have space for new operators. And those people are sitting with vehicles that they must pay at the end of the month. Then they start operating illegally. They start pirating on roads, or even worse, they start targeting the leaders of those primary associations who had said no when they wanted to join. So sometimes leaders are forced now to accept people in order to save their lives. And you wonder, how did this person get to buy the vehicle in the first place? Because if one could not acquire a vehicle, at least not on hire purchase, when that person does not have an operating license, does not belong to a taxi association, then we would not be sitting with that problem as the minibus taxi industry. So formalization, as I alluded to, it has helped us a lot. The 8 regional companies have gone through external audits, as well as the provincial company. And we got clean audits by external auditors because we had to submit those to the Western Cape Department of Transport for the Blue Dot program. Those are the things that should be expanded. We should look to a time where there will be no taxi associations, as it were, where primary taxi associations will be companies or cooperatives. There will be no taxi bosses, but there will be directors who adhere to the principles of good governance, who are accountable to their members as well as to government, because that will go a long way in eradicating and changing the mentality that most of the taxi bosses have as we speak, where they are a law unto themselves, where they believe they can do what they want with monies that go to the associations. Because when you start forming a company and there are clear processes on how monies are acquired and how monies are used, and there are consequences for mismanagement of those funds, because people can go to jail, people can be declared delinquent directors. So when taxi people start understanding those things, then the behavior starts to change. And when the behavior changes, the service that we provide to our communities will also change and improve. And critical to that is also the issue of transparency by the leadership. The challenge that we have is that at the moment, there is very little in terms of ethical leadership within the taxi industry. But formalizing creates that space where now, when you are a company, government could assist and say, once you become a company, we as government will appoint and pay a CFO, for example, a CFO that will take responsibility for running the company being actually the association. So we remove the control, at least of the critical areas of running a professional company, from the taxi bosses who have the taxi boss mentality. And we put that at the hands of professionals. But again, it's not something that the taxi industry can do on its own without the support of government, especially given that we are not being funded, we are not being subsidized. So those are some of the key areas. Those could be the starting points and say, okay, let's start here, let's formalize. But government must hold our hand and must put money to make this a reality. Because when we employ a CEO, a CFO, that person, the taxi industry will not be able to pay that person. We don't know what the going rates for CEOs and CFOs. But government can come on board and say, this is how we assist the industry. And before you know it, we will be ready for a subsidy. As we believe here in the Western Cape, I think we are almost there. I would say we are 80% ready for a subsidy. And Blue Dot has shown how that could pan out in action. And even though there are people who feel when you call it, it's an incentive, you are simply giving operators money for doing what they should be doing anyway. But the same could be asked of the bus companies. They are given billions for what? For providing a service that they are not providing, that the minibus taxi industry is providing. Why is it so difficult to understand that the taxi industry is providing a service that government should be providing? We are catering for 80%. Isn't it a government failure when government subsidizes only 20% of the population and leaves out 80%? And incidentally, the 80% are those are the people in the townships. Those are the poorest of the poor, whose only mode of transport is the minibus taxi industry, because it's safer, because it drops them as close as possible to where they stay. It picks them up as close as possible from where they stay. We know the crime rate in the townships. No one wants to walk more than 500 meters to get to a bus stop, because anything in that 500 meters can happen. You can be mugged, you can be raped, you can be killed. And the taxis are filling that gap. So the issue of safety also should come into play, where we ensure that the commuters, they don't have to travel long distances to get to our taxis. So it's very important that we should not look at the incentives as simply giving money for people to do what they should be doing anyway. It's even better than the subsidy, because the subsidy is not based on whether there's positive user feedback. You are just given money because it's the people who use your service that are being subsidized. This one is better when it's an incentive, because it's not free money. There are key performance measures that are put in place. There are targets. There is feedback, user feedback from other road traffic users. So it works better because it's linked with accountability and the change in the driving behavior and the ultimate experience of the person who benefits from our services. So we believe it's better than a subsidy that simply gives money because it's subsidizing the commuter. And also the private sector must also come on board, because, for example, in the Western Cape, we are able now to say through Umanyano Travel Services, we have access to 15,000 taxis in the province. And we are the entry point. So industry, your big corporates who use staff transport can actually approach us, and we would be able to provide those kind of services. We have shown this with Red Dot, where we provided services to the Department of Health, transporting sick people for quarantine sites, nurses, medicine, everything. We were able to do it, and we were responsive. So we have shown that we are ready for change, and we are changing. And in conclusion, as I said, the vision is one between government and the minibus taxi industry. We share a common goal, that of providing a safe, reliable, affordable public transport for our commuters. And also, government has indicated that they want the industry to transform. So we agree there. But let's take the steps. We've been talking about transformation and formalization since the times of Mark Maharaj. It's been decades now. So let's start action. Let's do it. And we are doing it in the Western Cape, and I believe even in KZN, there is something called Moja Cruise, which is also an attempt to look at how we can actually start formalizing and subsidizing the taxi industry. So we need to work together to find solutions. What we want is the taxi industry. Even whilst people might think we are after the subsidy, as it were, but at the core, what we want is an environment that is conducive for us to prosper, to provide a good service, and also to earn livelihoods. Because at the moment, we are subsidizing our commuters. When diesel prices go up, as they are about to in December, we do not adjust our fares every time they go up. We adjust our fares probably once a year, and even then, not by the same margins that the fuel cost had gone up. So this is a call to say, we are ready for change, we are ready to transform, and we are busy transforming, but government must hold our hands. And right now, it should not be about talking and investigating. It should be about action. You know, we must act. 2020, the minister declared that this would be the year of action. The industry would be subsidized. But we haven't seen much in terms of what is being done to make that a reality. So this is a call from the industry to say, let's do it. We are ready for change. Government, assist us. Thank you.
Very good, Mr. Henry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hermanus. Harry, I do note that we are a little bit over time, and there's supposed to be a break now. Just maybe you can just guide us on how you want to run the next section.
Thank you, Peter. I think what we will do is we'll give people a shorter break, just 5 minutes, just to stretch legs a little bit, and then we can look at the second half of the program then. So I'll put up on the screen a 5 minutes clock, and then after that, Peter will introduce Ricardo Collins to us. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Peter. I see Ricardo's already shared his screen, so you're welcome to introduce the next presenter then.
Thank you very much, Harry, and welcome back, everybody. Hopefully that break was long enough. The next speaker is Advocate Ricardo Collins, who is the Director of Land Transport Contracts at the Western Cape Government, and he's in the Department of Transport and Public Works. And we look forward to hearing the reflections that Mr. Collins has on the Blue Dot pilot project, which has already come up a number of times in reference in some of the previous speakers. Thank you very much, Ricardo. Over to you.
Let's unmute first. Maybe that will help. I'm sure you can hear me clearly. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and the organizers, thank you very much. I'm finding myself in George at the moment trying to roll out the bus service. So it's a bit split sort of resources and what we're trying to achieve. But thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to run through the presentation, obviously, as quickly as I can, with your permission. And then rather, I think, perhaps give an opportunity to ask a couple of questions and actually engage, to be quite honest with you. That's what I rather prefer. So the Blue Dot Taxi pilot project, you would have heard Mr. Hermanus, even in his presentation, mention this program. It's a program that's the initiative of the Department of Transport and Public Works in the Western Cape. There we go. Let me just get this going. There we go. Initiative of the Department of Transport in the Western Cape, and it's really something that ran off the back of a very successful partnership that we've created with the minibus taxi industry during COVID, when the Red Dot pilot project was launched. We had this Blue Dot pilot project in the pipeline, but it obviously at a very smaller scale to try and see what we can achieve through this. And the plan was to roll it out in the Overstrand area. But really after the COVID and the Red Dot project, we thought, look, this may actually be a great opportunity to try and leverage the relationship that we've built with the minibus taxi industry during COVID. So really quickly, I'm going to run through the presentation. It's just an introduction, Blue Dot taxi overview, and then also the impact, and then potentially a way forward from our side in relation to the Western Cape government. So just by way of introduction, what I'm going to say and what you see on screen is probably not going to be rocket science to you. It's not going to be new to people on this panel. If you've just been driving around South Africa, even in your motor vehicle, you would have experienced some of these things. The minibus taxi industry, whether we like it or not, is the widest used mode of transport as things stand today. I heard a colleague from Treasury saying, we need to look at rail, we need to look at the bus service. Rail should still be the backbone, and we agree with all of this. It's not that we are saying, we're opposed to that. But we all must also be realistic in saying that, look, this is something that's going to take time. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, and it's going to take a lot of money and resources. In the interim, we have to have some kind of alternative to deal with this animal, for lack of a better explanation, called the minibus taxi industry. And for some other reason, in government and in other forums, we are reluctant to deal with or engage on this issue, given that it's a difficult one. So it's challenging in very many aspects, and we are not ignoring that particular challenge that you may face. Then also, there must be an increasing focus on improving and supporting the minibus taxi industry, because they are the biggest transport at this stage of commuters every single day. While they remain critical needs to improve rail and buses, as I've said, we cannot ignore the role that the minibus taxi industry plays in the use at the moment for our commuters on a daily basis, in terms of getting to economic opportunities, recreational opportunities, and the like. So the approach, like I said, is the minibus taxi improvement through the Blue Dot program. Has been piloted, and to our minds, contrary to what anybody may say, and I think the facts will speak for itself, this program and pilot has been a success. And we will prove that, and we've got the evidence to show that. But I think more critical at the end of the day is what is the lessons that we've learned over the last year and a half, partnering with the minibus taxi industry and actually experiencing what a transformed minibus taxi industry can look like. So what's the overview? So in our minds, it's a really an innovative program that we're trying to introduce. It's an incentive program that shifts behavior and transform, hopefully, the service offering that the minibus taxi industry is offering to the commuters. So it started by, us bashing down doors of the provincial cabinet. We eventually agreed in 2020 September that we can roll out this particular service. We went live on 15th of May 2021. And at this stage, as things stand, the pilot project in its operational phase will end at the 30th of November 2022. So you would understand, obviously, there's a lot of work happening now, but even beyond November 2022, given the volume of data and information that we've been able to gather over a year and a half period, that doesn't exist in South Africa. To analyze that and better understand it, hopefully to come up with more innovative ideas and further enhance what we've been able to achieve through the Blue Dot project. So at this stage, we got the provincial and regional structures of Santaco in the Western Cape that's participating. We have approximately 500 operators, 1,100 drivers, and 800 taxis from across the province that's participated in this particular pilot. So what are the objectives? And some of them may be ambitious, as people would think and say. But in terms of really is to say that we want to improve the service quality and the safety in as far as it relates to the minibus taxi industry. We want to leverage technology to drive change. We want to address taxi violence and illegal operations, which is quite a big and a substantive chunk of what happens and what needs to be addressed in the minibus taxi industry. But at the same time, we want to assist and want this to be the catalyst, really, to support the industry transformation and empowerment. So how does it work? We've established, as you heard from Mr. Hermanus, we've established Umaniano Travel Services, which is the sort of the business arm, as one would call it, of Santaco. And then each regional company, each region within the province has established a regional company. So that company, the representatives on the board of that company is the chairpersons of every single association in that particular region. So they represent the association by way of a proxy to participate in this program at the regional level. And then obviously we have the operators and drivers, who is the guys where the tire hits the road, need to ensure that there's performance in terms of the incentive program. And then you have government that plays a oversight role, but also a supporting role to the minibus taxi industry in achieving the goals that government has set out for them to achieve. So how does it work? Now, I've always said that this is, almost akin to, a metropolitan or a discovery product that you buy. Yes, you pay every month and you're asking to get a service from them when you end up in hospital, but they also give you an incentive. So if you walk 10,000 steps a day or whatever the case may be, at the end of the month, you'll get an SMS to say you can get 500 rands worth of groceries at Pick n Pay. So your behavior was rewarded because you reduced the impact, of the insurance company having to pay for you because of ill health, ending up in hospital and the like, just by way of example. So what we've done is we've said, to be eligible to join the program, you have to what we call, end up in a green status. And I'll show you on the next slide what that means. So once you're in a green status as an operator, then you can start earning the incentive. And the incentive then is based on a set of standards which government measures on a daily basis to ensure that you are compliant. And then if you are compliant, you are able then to earn an incentive. This incentive starts on a daily basis. So it's not that we are averaging it out at the end of the month. And if you've done 10 bad days, you know, there's no opportunity to remedy what has gone wrong from an operator perspective. So what you do is you get into green status, you can then start earning. If you are not compliant in terms of getting to green status, you're in red status, you are still part of the program, but you are not able to earn any incentive. So the thing obviously that we've been, government as Western Cape government has been accused of, you know, is to say participants, they receive payment, you know, just for being in green status and complying with the law. It's not the case. The green status just gets you into the program. And that's the minimum requirements that you need to be able to participate and earn an incentive. But only if they operate, drive well, and deliver good quality service. That is the standard that is set, and that is what is measured to ensure that or to enable an operator and a driver to earn some kind of incentive from government. So at the end of the day, what brings these operators into a green status and the drivers for them to be able to participate? Obviously, they need to register and they need to sign the terms and conditions set by government. They must have a valid operating license, registration of roadworthy and the like, which they would need in any event to be able to operate a minibus taxi service. They need to be tax compliant, but also not just tax compliant. They must what we call the central supplier database compliant, which means there's continuous tax compliance that needs to happen, you know, to ensure that they are compliant. And then periodic vehicle safety inspections is done. There's a tracker installed that is monitored by government and that is functional, and they need to ensure that it remains in that way, and the vehicle is then branded and information displayed on that. Then from an operator perspective, they need to complete operational training, and the driver that they have on that vehicle must also then be in green status. So what does it mean for a driver to be in green status is that the driver obviously needs to sign his own terms and conditions. You must have a valid PRDP driver's license, which they would need in any event. They must have completed the driver training presented by government, and they must be able to be driving, they should be driving a blue dot vehicle at the end. So this is what gets you in. So what do we then try and measure on a daily basis? So we measure speeding because of the tracker that we have in the vehicle. We measure the user feedback that carries a percentage of your earnings or your incentive. We measure route adherence, and that is due to the fact that we've designed a system to be able to detect, you know, non-route adherence and the like, and that obviously impacts your incentive. And then obviously harsh braking events, cornering and the like, similar to what you would find, you know, in your normal vehicle if you would sign up for insurance at this stage. So that is what we are measured against. Then there's obviously additional compliance factors, which is corporate governance standards, which means that we don't just leave you. We must understand, and I think sometimes we have this misperception that when we you know, put the title to a minibus taxi operator or driver, and then I become a director of a company or CEO, they just by accident also now studied King 3, and they have all they now have all the requirements and needs in terms of corporate compliance. No, it doesn't happen like that. You need to consistently as a government walk side by side with the minibus taxi industry during the transformation process to be able to ensure that you get the desired outcome at the end of the day, right? And then lastly, I think there's a minimum amount of kilometers that needed to be checked that the operator must operate every day in order to ensure that there's sufficient vehicles out there to meet the need of the commuter. And the vehicle must be obviously driven by a registered PDP driver. So let's see what's the responsibilities, and it's obviously, I think, a little bit longer list than this, but I'll focus on these ones. Is that the role of the companies obviously is to coordinate the participation of the operators and the drivers. They must monitor performance. They're going to have to intervene if there's drivers or operators that are not compliant or rendering poor quality of service and the like. And they need to be able to respond to instances of violence or allegations of serious misconduct. And we've had this, and it's not a secret. It's not something that's up in the air. It's cases where we've had violence during this period in the Western Cape while the program has been implemented, and we could, through the conditions of the contract that government have with these companies, call them to account, ensure that they put people out there to try and deal with some of the conflict, and as far as it relates to the impact on business. And if they are not able to do that, or they're not able to rein in the members, then they are penalized in as far as it relates to the potential incentive that they could, at the end of the day, receive. Then obviously, from the formalization of the industry perspective, obviously it improves governance. And I know Mr. Manas earlier spoke of the fact that they have to go through an external audit process, which is required of them. And I can say, with confidence, that out of the 9 companies that has gone through an external audit process, all of them received unqualified audits. Right? It's better than what we can say for some municipalities in this country. And then people are saying the minibus taxi industry is not to be worked with. Right? I think you just need to have the courage to be innovative and to try and engage the minibus taxi industry on things that's important for them, but also in terms of what government is hoping to achieve at the end of the day. So the companies obviously was established for the establishment of changes in leadership, with that in the mindset to get away from this taxi boss mentality that Mr. Hermanus has alluded to in his presentation. They need to build revenue streams. And we know that there's, and maybe not for this platform, but there's been companies that's been exceptionally successful. To the extent that they are now able to walk into banks and apply for loans for other initiatives that they would want to embark on beyond Blue Dot, and just not relying simply on membership fees and collections on the routes and fighting over which routes are more lucrative than the other at the end of the day. We must also say, and as part of the learnings at the end of the day, that there was at least one company, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that while they received an unqualified audit, the auditor said, look, you need to look at the liquidity in as far as it relates to this company, and how do you address that? So now government's job is to sit with this company, it's to engage them, to support them, to ensure that they are compliant in as far as ensuring that they remain liquid and a viable company that we are able to leverage from other opportunities beyond just the Blue Dot program. So I wanted to quote Mr. Hermanus here, but I think he's said his say sufficiently in as far as it relates to how he feels about the program, right? But we need to look at this in context. We have a rail system that's heavily subsidized in South Africa. We have a bus system that's heavily subsidized in South Africa. So when they get those subsidies, there's obviously certain rules that apply to them, and there's certain conditional compliance aspects that they need to meet. There's certain standards that they need to meet. And with the Blue Dot program, it's no different with the minibus taxi industry. I think the only thing that we fall flat on is the fact that we are saying, here's this mass of minibuses, which we don't know what to do with. Yes, we can deal with 1,000 Golden Arrow buses, because it's just 1,000. But we are being scared off by the fact that there's 15,000 minibus taxis just in the Western Cape, and because of that, we are saying, no, but we can't do anything about it. I think as government, we have a responsibility to ensure that we also, from a minibus taxi perspective, ensure that they become accountable and we hold them accountable, but in that process, we assist them to get to a point of proper accountability at the end of the day. Right? So I'm not going to go into much of the detail on this slide, but needless to say, the blue dot outcomes that we are trying to achieve would not be much different from what we're currently having and running within our rail and in our bus space at the end of the day. So some of the core outcomes, obviously improved driver behavior, service quality that has gone beyond compliance, and then also the access to available data to reshape services moving forward. So we're not just relying on the fact that, yes, the pilot has now stopped. Like I said, we are sitting on volumes of data that otherwise would not be available to this government if we have not embarked on this particular project. So what are some of the other additional benefits of the project? I think it was a necessary first step towards transformation, and I think Mr. Manus has echoed that. I think it's also come a long way with regards to formalization and empowerment of the industry. I think it's a much needed support for a vital service that we cannot ignore. And then obviously a new approach to minibus taxi service improvement in integration. I think, and people, a lot of cases say this, is that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. We need to be innovative in how we approach this particular element of the minibus taxi industry and this transport mode that has crafted an environment for themselves. They are carrying the majority of our passengers on the road on a single basis, and they simply cannot be ignored. We need to, as government, be responsible and see how do we assist through innovative ways to deal and to assist the minibus taxi industry. So implementation successes, this may be a brag slide, if I can call it that. It's just we have plus 800 vehicles branded, fitted with trackers and checked for safety out on the road. We have trained in excess of 500 operators and 1,100 drivers has gone through our training. There's ongoing direct operator engagement to improve performance. We have the full participation of all the regional and leadership of Santaco across the province. The industry structures, we have 8 new companies that we are supporting to grow, and then obviously more than 3 million kilometers monthly on 150 routes in terms of information that we've been able to gather over really just a short period of time. So really, I'm not great when it comes to graphs and all those kind of things. But I think it's very important to show from where we've started the increase in terms of compliance. And that's why I'm saying people may think this is a pipe dream. People may be thinking, look, how the hell are you doing this and what will you be doing moving forward? But the data doesn't lie. This is what we are experiencing. This is the information that we are gathering. And it's showing us that operator compliance, driver compliance, and vehicle compliance has increased over time from where we started in terms of compliance and where we find ourselves basically to date. And no matter how you want to fluff this or whatever you want to do, that's the reality of what has happened on the ground. Right? And this particular slide, I just wanted to try and emphasize in terms of, this is one of the slides that you do want the arrow to go down and not up, is in terms of speeding events. We've been able to reduce speeding events, by more than 50%. Harsh driving events, more than 40%. And then also increase in kilometers driven by green status drivers, meaning drivers that has come through the government program, is compliant in terms of what they need to be compliant on, as at least increase, by at least 20% over the period that we've been reviewing. So the other stat that we've wanted to achieve, obviously, through this program is the use of user feedback as an element for the incentive being calculated. On this slide, really, it's just trying to show how particular regions and overall, people and road users have experienced or expressed at least a better experience over time using or experience a Blue Dot taxi. Now, I can tell you now, and I think one of the things that one should actually be focusing on, look, it's very easy to complain. If I am in a shop and the manager and the teller is not treating me well, I would throw my toys and, I complain. But if I'm getting great service, I'm not necessarily going to go back on the Facebook page and say, no, I had an awesome experience at the shop. So we need to obviously have this in context, and we need to understand that where there in fact are positive comments coming through, it's people that's really taking the time to ensure that they do communicate with government to ensure that the message gets across. I think, Peter, you need to just tell me when I'm running out of time, because I'm not seeing the time that I'm on.
Thanks, Ricardo. Yeah, you are running a little bit low on time, but if you could accelerate a little bit, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks. So just in terms of the experience of passengers, as I've said on the previous slide, I mean, the statistics in terms of what we've received, through the WhatsApp messages, through the USSD codes, through calling passengers and so forth. We believe that there's compelling evidence that Blue Dot is improving the lives of our citizens and road users, and we are achieving the objectives that we've set out with the minibus taxi industry to have it become a better and a safer service for the people that we do need to provide a service to at the end of the day. Right, so yes, and we're not hiding this fact that we do get negative feedback, but that's why we have the principle, the operating procedures in place. It's the reason why we established these companies, is to ensure that there's responsibility, that the company ultimately takes, and leadership takes responsibility for the negative feedback and incidents of misconduct happening in the environment. And government through this has a remedy to ensure that these things are addressed. As things stand, it's law enforcement's job to just ensure that there's compliance on the road. I think as government, broader government in transport, we need to play a better role. I'm not going to try and go through all of this, but needless to say is that we're shifting the responsibility from government to the industry themselves to ensure that there is compliance and that we try and rid the industry of some of these issues of misconduct and negative stigma that's attached to that. So what's the way forward for us? I heard some of my colleagues speak about transformation earlier on, and obviously the issue on funding is a massive thing. And one of the first questions that come to mind: how do we fund this thing? How do we fund, I don't know, a couple of 100,000?
We have lost you, Ricardo.
Might be a load shedding problem there. Let's just see, give him a second.
And driving your economy, we accept that, and there's no debate about that, even, to be quite honest. But if we're looking at how skewed the pictures are in terms of how we are funding different transport modes, I think we need to start asking ourselves, is the fact that there isn't funding, or the reason saying there isn't funding, is that in fact an excuse that can be used, given the state of our rail, the current set of circumstances that we're finding ourselves in, and the circumstances that we envisage to find ourselves in the foreseeable future? I think we'll be hard pressed to say that the issue of funding is our biggest concern in as far as it relate to supporting the minibus taxi industry through a program which we believe has shown that there can be success achieved with working with the minibus taxi industry. Then I tried to just say how much are we subsidizing. I mean, the numbers speak for itself in terms of, what is currently out there in terms of IPTNs, the PTOC funding and the rail and the like. And I think, again, we'll be hard pressed to say we don't have money. I think we need to put much more effort to understanding how do we get beyond this point of money, because it doesn't seem on the face of it that is probably your biggest problem that you should be sitting with. So obviously Blue Dot is ramping down now at this stage, but it doesn't mean that our initiatives in as far as it relates to what we want to achieve as a Western Cape government through Blue Dot is going to stop. We are still wanting to assist through the lessons learned, obviously move to a stage 2 of service improvements, at least by supporting the industry with issues with regards to Wi-Fi for passengers on vehicles, considering and looking at direct passenger subsidy and electronic ticketing to enable PT into public transport integration, vehicle financing, contract for the role that technology ultimately is going to play in ensuring that we get there, but use the data and the lessons learned to get to that particular point. I should be close to finish. So yeah, that is really from our side as a Western Cape government, an initiative that we believe in, initiative that we believe has shown an impact and has made a change. And I think it's an initiative that should be pushed forward and enhanced, not just in the Western Cape, but really across South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, for the information on the Blue Dot project. I see there's a lot of comments there, and I'm going to have a difficult job of summarizing the key points and takeaways from all the great speakers so far. Up next, we have Babawa Nyoka. She is from eThekwini municipality, and she's a senior manager there in the public transport services arm. She has been described by her colleagues as an activist in the minibus sector space, and we look forward to hearing what she has to say about the Mojo Cruise initiative. Over to you, Babawa.
Thanks, Peter. Let's try to share my screen.
Got it.
Okay. Thanks for the introduction, Peter. I'm glad to see that Western Cape has adopted the principles of Mojo Cruise, because this is what Mojo Cruise is about. It started as an effort from the Ethiopian municipality to recognize the contribution made by the minibus taxi industry, and then incentivizing a change in behavior in us contributing towards subsidization of the sector. So where this project started, it was launched in 2018 for a 3-year period. What council approved was a launch for 500 vehicles. This was recently extended for a further 3 years in July 2022 for an additional 500 vehicles to be introduced. Initially, when the program was envisaged, we wanted to ramp up to 6,000 vehicles. But because obviously of the funding issues, we had to drastically reduce the number of participating vehicles in the program. The budget that was approved to date, or is approved to date, is 202 million for the full rollout of the 1,000 vehicles for the next 6 years. Okay, this is what the incentive program is premised on. When we envisaged this program, obviously we wanted the program to ensure that the vehicles comply with the law. We begin to introduce some formalization, and the biggest of all for us was how do we then use the program to start empowering the sector and also the safety elements, and also improve the service to the passengers. So this is what our program is premised on. At the center, we have the passenger, and obviously we have the operators who are the participants as well as the drivers. We do have the regions and the associations also being part of the program. And then we have the Ethiopian Transport Authority being the overseer of the program. So we want to obviously develop and empower the operators in this process, whilst also formalizing the relationship between the drivers as well as the operators, because part of the requirements for the program is that the owner needs to have a formal employment contract with the driver in order for the operator to be considered for the incentive. There is a capacitation and training program, and this is all built towards improving services to the passengers, as well as there is a customer engagement provision that we made, but this was not activated in the pilot. We are looking at activating it now with the launch of the phase 2 of the program. So this is basically the plan from the eThekwini Transport Authority. We thought as an entry point, the vehicles or the operators start participating in a less formal arrangement under the Moja Cruise banner, where there is no significant changes in towards them participating in a formal environment, but rather doing minor tweaks and being recognized for that. But once you are in the space of participating in the Moja Cruise program, you can then be recognized for more serious contracts where there is an increase in requirements for corporate governance. So the pilot program, we have 5 regions in eThekwini. What happens in the eThekwini municipality space, the 5 regions have one representative structure, which is called the eThekwini Metro Taxi Council. And then those 5 regions will belong under that eThekwini Metro Taxi Council, which is a structure of the Santaco KZN. We had 76 associations participating, as well as 330 odd driver owners participating, with 467 drivers and 410 vehicles. So obviously what we picked up is we don't have the same drivers who started the program towards the tail end of the program. There's a lot of changing of drivers in the program. So basically, these are the roles and responsibilities. We as the authority will monitor adherence to compliance standards for the region's associations, owners and the drivers, the installation of the tracking units and monitoring of the driver behavior. This is what happened in the pilot phase. What we have now changed is realize the need to create value chain opportunities for the minibus taxi industry. So with the launch of the phase 2, the role of the eThekwini Transport Authority is only limited to the monitoring and the payments, but the installation of the tracker units will be sourced by the minibus taxi industry. The branding of the vehicles will be sourced by the minibus taxi industry. The training will be done by the minibus taxi industry. In KZN, we do have training academy called Sky is the Limit under the provincial Santaco, so they will be using what is available to them as a minibus taxi industry to drive the program of Moja Cruise. So we've got Metro Police as well, who are in the program, who obviously have to vet outstanding warrants and inspect the vehicles for roadworthiness. So part of the requirements for participation is that you must not have any outstanding warrants before you can be considered for participation in the program. We have set up a non-profit organization. This non-profit company belongs to the minibus taxi industry. It does not have members, but the board of directors is made by the minibus taxi industry. This is where the program is run from the minibus taxi industry side. So this is a process of engagement that we follow before we recruit any participant, because it is a voluntary participation. No one is forced. Through the minibus taxi industry company, we manage the roadshows where we go to each of the different regions to educate people about the benefits of being in the Moja Cruise program. And then the process of recruitment starts, where people submit their documents for compliance. And then those operator vehicles are then scheduled to be branded and fitted with the tracker. The business of the NPO runs the business of the Moja Cruise. So all payments and whatever procurement that needs to be done is done through the non-profit company. So the lessons learned, obviously, the vehicle compliance, I think similar to the lessons of Blue Dot. We managed to get the contracts between the owners and the drivers. We have up-to-date information of the PDPs and the CORs, as well as operating licenses that are participating in the process. Obviously, with the vehicle tracking, we get to know the kilometers traveled, speeding, harsh acceleration, harsh braking, and vehicle idling. then as well as the capacitation and training of the drivers that are participating in the program. So the program did have challenges. I think the specification of the vehicle that we wanted for participation in the merger cruise, we struggled to get that year model, as well as the need to clear warrants of arrests. This then resulted in a slow rollout than anticipated, which then meant we lost the funding to implement the phase 2 as planned. And because training was not envisaged to be continuous, it did impact the driver behavior, because each time owner changed a driver, that driver did not go for the training because the training was envisaged to be upfront, which is something we're addressing with the launch of the phase 2, where the training would be on a continuous basis. Besides the capacity on the other side, there's been capacity constraints within us as the Ethekwini Transport Authority, because it's a new project. We don't have any dedicated staff who are managing the program. So we've pulled people to come and run the program. So it is very resource hungry. So it is also an issue from our side in terms of delivering the full rollout of this program. As well as within Metropolis, we have to wait for their turnaround time in terms of clearance of the warrants or confirmation of that. Only then we can start onboarding the operators, which sometimes there is long delays before we can confirm that. This is just some of the data that comes out of the tracking system. This tracking system will now be changed, which is what was used in the pilot. It will now utilize a tracking system which will be procured by the minibus taxi industry, but the city will have access to that data for monitoring of e-compliance. Then we are introducing the additional vehicles from December. Currently, we are engaging with the sector in terms of updating the terms and conditions on the basis of the lessons that were learned from the pilot. One of the other critical things is that beyond having a contract between operator and owner, what was recognized that there needs to be a contract as well between the operators and the city, as well as contracts between the regions and the associations between the city, because as a city, we're dispensing money to those different role players. So as I said, an NPO has been established, or an NPC has been established. It's called Public Transport Innovation and Development, which is TID. This is a purely minibus taxi company. This is where all of the value chain will accrue for the implementation of the program. So beyond the branding and the installation of the tracker and the training, the project management aspect from the minibus taxi side will also run from this NPC, for which the city will then remunerate the NPC for the project management of the project. Then I'm not sure if you can see this, but this is just trying to capture the roles and responsibilities. But from the city side, we define the specification, we set the terms and conditions. Then the NPO will do the recruitment of the participating operators, associations, as well as the regions. They will do the pre-verification to see if the operators qualify to participate in the program. Should they pass the first stage, then they will be cleared to be inspected for warrants of arrests. Once they pass that stage, then they will be cleared to be branded and fitted with a tracker. And once they're fitted with a tracker as well as a camera added, then the vehicle will be ready to participate in the program. So the payment will only be effected after the tracker analysis, as well as the document analysis and the customer feedback, which will be incorporating as part of the implementation of phase 2. So this is just the incentive structure and the criteria that we use. So obviously the operator must have a valid operating license, must be a tracking system, there must be an employment contract, no outstanding warrants of arrest, and then there must be a letter of recommendation from the association. We pay 1,400 per month, and to the associations, it's 5,900 per month. Theirs is to coordinate and assist the operators to ensure that they qualify to participate in the program through the NPO, as well as the regions. Then the drivers, they need to have the appropriate driver's license, up-to-date PRTP, no outstanding warrants of arrest, and as well as an employment contract between themselves, obviously, and the owner. We don't pay incentive every month, we don't pay an incentive to every driver. We only recognize the driver of the month as well as the runner-up, because obviously of the financial constraints of recognizing every driver that is participating in the program. So maybe just beyond Moja Cruise, what we do have a relationship with the minibus taxi industry outside of Moja Cruise. Moja Cruise is just one of the programs that we run with the sector. They have set up a company called the EMTC Investment Company. This company, as a city, we do business with beyond Moja Cruise. So this is just the structure of the investment companies, got the 5 regional companies as the shareholders, and then the association-based companies are shareholders in the regional companies. So these are the different contracts that we have with the minibus taxi industry directly, not via another company. We have appointed them for change management. We thought as a city that no one drives change management within the sector better than the taxi industry themselves. So for the contracts, the projects that we have, which is aimed at restructuring the sector, participation in the Go Durban, as well as transforming the existing PTOC contracts. We have awarded them a 3-year contract to the value of 17 million. And as a sector, they drive that change management amongst the minibus taxi operators, supported by an advisory contract, which again, as a sector, they need to appoint these 3 different areas. It's legal, finance, and bus operations. And we made a provision of 15.9 million. But they, as the EMTC investment company, will appoint those specialized services, and the city will just vet the invoices as we receive them. Then from the ablution contracts at the minibus taxi facilities, we have also identified that the best people to do the cleaning of those facilities are the minibus taxi industry themselves. We have awarded them a contract to the value of 23 million for 12 months to do the cleaning of the facilities at the ranks. We also provide support for offices as a city. We pay the rent for the central office, which is the EMTC, and the 5 regional offices which support the EMTC. We are in the process of finding alternative buildings which are owned by the municipality so that there is no need for rental payment for the facilities where they will work from. We also supported them for the COVID intervention. Also with the sanitization project, we did award a contract directly to the EMTC to coordinate the efforts of the COVID relief. We also, for the PRE office, we come up with a concept of having an office for the EMTC at the PRE offices so that there is liaison for the sector, so that they don't go to the PRE to apply and then they find there's something that's missing, they must go back to the office. So that office becomes a center point to communicate with the different regional offices to support the operators without having to go back and forth. We also provide financial support for October month activities, where again, we contract directly with the EMTC every year for October month activities and come up with a program or plan for October month as a collective, when we collectively cost that, which then becomes the basis of the contract between the city and the EMTC. So these are the pending programs that we have, which we still want to contract with the EMTC. There is a concept in partnership with economic development where they are busy with wanting to come up with a taxi museum. That is still work in progress. And beyond the management or cleaning of the ablution facilities, we're working on packaging a contract where they also maintain the rank surfacing itself beyond the ablutions. As I spoke to the municipality buildings, we want to give or lease facilities to the industry so that they have their offices as part of the municipal building. We are also in talks with them on reviewing smart card applications. We did recently had a business summit during October month, where we're looking at the different options to support the business of the sector. We also are in talks to support the scholar transport, where we come up with a Moja Cruise concept now, but for scholar transport, where we use data application as well as brand the vehicles accordingly, so that there's identifiers for scholar transport vehicles that have been inspected and are good to transport children. And from a data collection point of view, what we have taken as a city is we've resolved that all survey contracts, we need to ensure that whoever is awarded the survey contracts will need to partner with the EMTC investment company from a coordination and facilitation point of view, so that when they do go to the different ranks, the taxi industry is part of that contract. So that is something that we're still packaging. These are the opportunities that as a sector, they have explored themselves without the involvement of the city. They've engaged with Dunlop, they've engaged with tourism. They do have an initiative called SPUDS, which sells food at the different facilities. And there's 500 internships. It's intended for the youth of Santaco. And so that is already being piloted in eThekwini. And other collaboration that they have with us is the provision of plant hire for our construction projects. Thank you very much. These are the chairpersons of the 5 regions in eThekwini, together with Mr. Manyati. I thought it's a nice picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babawa. Lots of interesting stuff happening there. And just to note to all, any comments that are left in the chat will be answered by the presenters. In the interest of time, let's move on. The next speaker is Reggie Springlier from the city of Cape Town. Go for it, Reggie.
Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation machine?
You can proceed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon once again, and thanks for the opportunity. I am going to rush through this because of time. Just before I go into the presentation, I just have a short observation. I think all of the presentations that we have seen for the day, really for me, there's a common golden thread going through that, in that there's agreement that the minibus taxi industry play a key role in the provision of public transport. I also like the way that the Hanifa's presentation, the city support program, is really bringing all the cities' initiatives really together to show the fact that no city in South Africa situation as it pertains to minibus taxis are unique, and there's really this synergy between itself. So I think that's very positive. Also, I want to state that the minibus taxi is ready. They have shown for many years that they're ready to engage and collaborate with government. In the Cape Town context, like my colleague Ricardo has showcased, initiatives. Also, what I will be talking about, the initiatives that we as the city of Cape Town has done, we can see that the industry is really ready. And it's just up to government, all the spheres, just to put our conceptual designs and initiatives, really to put it into action now and get the ball rolling. And lastly, just Mandla, thank you very much for sharing the realities. I think that in itself is a huge success, and I would like to propose or challenge you, Mandla, that you, instead of the cities or municipalities showcasing or talking to the industry about CITPs and all these initiatives, that there must be a platform for Santaco to speak and to share with the cities such as these, to share with government officials what's the real plight of the minibus taxi industry. So thanks for that. Yeah, so I'm gonna rush now. My presentation, I just want to start quickly with, because this is what came through this morning. I wanna just talk about us understanding the difference between transition and transformation, and I can only talk in the Cape Town minibus taxi context. So from a transition perspective, we're saying that I didn't put my video on. Okay, sorry. From a transition perspective, we're saying that has got to do with the replacing of existing minibus taxi operators and establishing MyCity bus operators. For example, in MyCity Phase 1 in Cape Town, we have formed vehicle operating companies, 2 companies from the minibus taxi industry, and transition has got to do with compensation and shareholding into those companies. On the other side, when we speak transformation in a Cape Town context, it has to do with initiatives to transforming the broader industry, in essence, to give effect to the legislative provisions. which talks about improved passenger experiences, empowerment, and capacity building strategies. I will aim to unpack those transformation strategies as we go along. So this is just basically the wording of what I spoke about, and in our context, we have established VOCs, like I said, and then the transformation is mostly hinged on section 41(1)(b), which speaks about the promotion of economic empowerment of small business, especially for previously disadvantaged companies or individuals and all of that. So basically, the city of Cape Town, we've considered a number of initiatives for minibus taxis, and most of it is in support of the MyCity services. So one of the initiatives was, or is, the Transport Operating Companies, commonly known as our TOC pilot project. A new one I want to talk about today is what we call incentivized feeders. Then our phase 2A, vehicle operating company formation, our thinking around there. As most of you will know, that we are busy planning for the rollout of our next phase of MyCity in Cape Town. And then the last one is a compensation based on impact. So I don't want to spend much time on the TOC because it's been dealt with by Cape Town officials or myself in previous Transport Forum presentations. But basically, how the TOC came about in Cape Town, the graphs will speak for themselves. That in 2010, we were talking about a 60-40 split in the favor of minibus taxis. And that split has basically just grown to today about 80% or more in the favor of minibus taxis. We've also acknowledged that in Cape Town, that our MyCity program will really take some time to be rolled out across the city. Then we were faced with a failing rail, which is common across the country. And also we all had, I think it's a national objective, how can the minibus taxi service be improved by addressing the negative aspects that is associated to the minibus taxi industry. So basically for us in the TOC initiative, we've categorized our TOCs into 4 categories basically. So the one is where we will have a specific TOC that will be contracted to the city to perform feeder services in our phase 2A MyCity area. The second one is in the MyCity phase 2A area, there will be TOCs of a different scale because of those associations or routes that does not form part of the feeder network. A third category for us is in our MyCity phase 1 area, where we have evidence now after 9 years that demand for minibus taxi has increased after the implementation of MyCity. And then obviously the fourth category, which goes without saying, it's minibus taxis outside the phase 1 and 2 areas. So the TOC has envisaged various issues, and the first one it's what we call the operational efficiencies, and that has just got to do with us better gauging or matching the demand versus supply. And we have shown in our pilot model that leads to really fleet optimization. Then financial efficiency for us in our pilot project is linked to the above fleet optimization, in that we have showcased that it has the potential to lower costs, and as an outcome, better economies of scale. From a business diversification perspective, we have also shown, like other initiatives that we have seen earlier, that operators have more opportunities in other areas separate to just minibus taxi operations. And then also what we have shown is that there's a link or an integration of this minibus taxis in a revised form, in a TOC form, for them to be integrated into the public transport network as a whole. And as an outcome, we've also showcased that there's improved working conditions, and that also created income certainty or stability for both operators and for their drivers. This slide is just showing that we've done a 13-month pilot that we actually ran with the 7th Avenue Taxi Association. The results that we have seen there was they were able to rationalize their fleet from 78 vehicles to 40 vehicles, and they didn't have to cut back on their service availability. Over that trial period, we also showed that that TOC, they transported an estimated number of 9,000 passengers per day with almost half of the vehicles. And what we have also found based on before and after studies, passenger preferences and passenger opinion surveys, that a significant improvement in that passenger experiences were observed. From the operator or the TOC, the company perspective, there was a significant reduction in the operating costs. Members of the association, they spoke about it, many instances, how they saved up to 45% in the fuel bill. For me, I saw the comments in the earlier presentation was around schedule and versus on-demand services or unscheduled services. What we have shown out of this TOC pilot, notwithstanding that it wasn't part of the design, I call it an unintended consequence of this formalization, is that the service changed from an unscheduled to a very scheduled, predictable service. So that was an unintended consequence, as I said. In terms of the efficiency measures that were introduced, we showed good improvement for both the driver, the owner, and more importantly, the passenger. We've also developed business plan and financial plans for a period of from 8 years to 16 years, just to show that if these improvements can be sustained, subject to government financial assistance, initial setup costs, and not operating costs ongoing. This is the difference for us, is that we're saying the industry is ready. They are businessmen, they have all the business acumen, and we say if we can just give them that push start with initial setup costs and recapitalization of their fleet, they are able to run excellent business or businesses with their operations. We have the evidence in Cape Town in terms of our 2 minibus taxi-based VOCs, Transpeninsula and Kidrigen. They've shown government what taxi operators can do in the public transport space if the requisite financial support is there. So basically, we also add that this TOC pilot is by no means a silver bullet. Our analysis show that it can potentially be applied to about 30% of associations in the city. That is the pilot TOC that we develop. But what we have done for the rest, the 70% of the industry in Cape Town, is that we have developed the different categories of TOCs to just change that percentage for our reach. So this case for a TOC model, we believe is still relevant, and it's a practical approach to the formalization of minibus taxi industry. We are regularly engaging the Department of Transport, National Treasury through the CSP around our formalization strategies. And we've done huge research. I think this is a very important slide that shows that our TOC model meets the conditions of the public transport network grant framework, in that it's being based on and it's forming part of a strategic municipal-wide long-term IPTN plan and strategy, which was approved by our municipal council. Our IPTN and our strategy was approved, and we show that it meets the grant frameworks. Also, it's being based on an operational and a business plan, which I spoke about earlier, and it includes a MIFIN or multi-year financial operational plan, which is also approved by our municipal council. And then lastly, supporting an integrated multimodal network approach as defined in the NLTA, Section 41, as I said, and even Section 42, and as well as the Public Transport Action Strategy speaks about that. So that's our case for a TOC initiative. The new one that this forum hasn't seen yet is in our MyCity Phase 2A. We've learned a few lessons in Phase 1, and basically what we're saying is that in Phase 2A there is a place for minibus taxis to perform the role of feeders. So the elements of our Phase 2A approach is about vehicle operating company formation. Our intent is to form 2 minibus taxi-based VOCs, and together with the contracted or the existing GABS VOC, because they also operate in the Phase 2A area, and that 3 contracts will be on a contracted basis, obviously. The second element is the incentivized feeders, and basically, like I said, the feeder service to the MyCity trunk service will be provided by the minibus taxi industry on an incentivized basis. And then obviously the minibus taxi supply reduction, compensation thereof, and our new model is based on impact. So basically it's the number of minibus taxis operating on certain direct and trunk routes. They will obviously be reduced by the introduction of MyCity on those trunk and direct services. And we're saying that the minibus taxi operators will be appropriately compensated based on the impact of MyCity on their services. So I'm going to just extend my presentation on the incentivized feeder initiative or element. And basically, we have identified these 3 considerations for us. In the first consideration, we can do nothing, no interventions, nothing. It's business as usual, and there's no agreements, no contracts. And by the taxi industry's nature, their feeders will generally serve the MyCity trunk and direct services as per their normal operations. So that's one consideration, is when the city does nothing. The second one is that we create compliant operators. So these operators will then be able to enter into operating contracts for the provision of that feeder services. And obviously those operators must meet the compliance criteria. That is the individual operators that who are legal. The third consideration is the company model or TOC model, or we want to call it association-based companies, whereby all the members, the legal license holders within an association, they can form a company, and the companies can provide the contracted services to the city in that feeder space. The city of Cape Town, we're working towards the implementation currently of MyCity Phase 2A, and our planned rollout is in 2025, the start of 2025. So it's also worth to note that we have developed what we call an industry transition business plan, specifically to the operators or the stakeholders. So we call it our industry transition business plan. That plan was approved the end of October, by our council, and it basically just outlines the proposed approach to the delivery of the phase 2A. And it includes a major role for the minibus taxi industry. For me, I'm very excited about this part, because we can for the first time say that this business plan was developed with the industry, with the industry's input into the business plan. So it wasn't a plan just presented to the industry, but it was one really just workshopped with the industry and considering all their fears and their concerns and all of that. So I'm very excited about this industry transition business plan that's guiding us. And obviously that ITBP, the approach in there considers the lessons that we have learned in phase 1, because we don't want to make the same mistakes twice. Our feeder incentive model, it aims to allow those associations that we have identified in our what we call a MyCity expansion area. The next slide will show you, just to enter into a feeder service agreement with the city. This is the MyCity expansion area that we have identified. It's on the Metro Southeast side of Cape Town, from an area called Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain to areas called Claremont and Wynberg in the west. So that's basically our expansion area for phase 2A. And like I said, that the feeder services for the MyCity will be provided by minibus taxi operators. And those trunk routes, the thick green lines, together with the other green lines, that's trunk and direct routes, those will be provided by the minibus taxi, 2 minibus taxi VOCs that we will form, together with Golden Arrow Bus Services, the 3 VOCs, and they will be performing the trunk service in the MyCity, and the minibus taxis will also do all the feeders within this area. Just some key principles, which I think it's common through all the presentations, is that we want to encourage improved passenger behavior from the public transport operators, and also those passenger behaviors in terms of transferring and their way of traveling. That should also be encouraged in our planning. So basically, in this incentivized feeder approach, we want to encourage transfers to larger vehicles and to trunk and direct services, because for obvious reasons, the economies of scale and the savings bear testament to that. And then I think overarching is the provision of quality service, and also just have these services be provided by operators who are compliant. The common thread. So how does this work? I just highlighted some components of this transfer or incentivized feeder. So the incentive for that is based on transfer. We call it the transfer and a service quality incentive. And basically that money will be paid to the operator and the driver when they transfer passengers to MyCity with their taxis. If they transfer, so obviously therein will lie the contractual relations or service level agreements in terms of tracking, validator on the taxis so that passengers can be tracked. The passenger in turn will also receive an incentive as a fair discount on their MyCity journey if on their card we can track that they have used a taxi to get to a feeder service. This, of course, all is voluntary, and the operator and driver, they will share in the transfer subsidy portion that we have made provision for. The operator will also, in addition to that transfer subsidy, they will receive incentives for meeting service conditions that the city has set out. The association-based companies, the operational requirements there is it is essentially to align our feeder network with the demand patterns and the role of the existing minibus taxi routes and associations, and basically it is to align the number of feeder vehicles required by the MyCity modeling or what the MyCity trunk and direct routes require, and that must be aligned with the association's full fleet, with due consideration, obviously for the route length, cycle times and headways, the allocation of vehicles, not only to interchanges, but also along the trunk route at key stations, the allocation of vehicles so that we can have this seamless transfer from feeder to trunk. And then obviously that will be facilitated through route amendments on the licenses for the taxis where required, so that we can guarantee services to a particular transfer location. And that all we see as only successful if we do something about the quality and the age of the available fleet in the taxi context. Oops. This graphic I think throughout my presentation I spoke about these things, but it's just a graphic showing that where the shareholders will be located, what will be required. So we have at the bottom, again, I want to highlight it's voluntary participation. So we have all our operating license holders who will be providing the feeders. They are members of this association-based companies who will be contracted to the city to provide those feeder services, and the operating licenses holders, they obviously are the shareholders within those association-based companies. Going towards the conclusion, just an approach to our VOC formation and the impact-based compensation component. So the city, in our approach, we plan to establish, like I said, 2 minibus taxi-based VOCs in the MyCity 2A footprint, and they will operate the direct services and the trunk routes together with a third GABS-based VOC. I put in brackets there existing because GABS have already a VOC within the MyCity space in Cape Town. So the 3 VOCs are based on the need to ensure adequate, why 3? Because we want to ensure adequate size that is profitable for the companies, and also we want to achieve the optimum economy of scale. And that approach really considers factors such as the scope of the service, the provision of facilities that we can provide. We're currently busy building 2 brand new depots in the Metro Southeast, and as well as I spoke about earlier, setup costs so that these VOCs, specifically the minibus taxi-based VOC companies, that they will have the requisite setup costs so that we can ensure a sufficient service. This slide, just bear with me, the proposed number of minibus taxi-based VOCs for phase 2A. So we envisage that the shareholding in those 2 VOCs will be structured through regional-based companies. Mandla Hermanus spoke earlier about the 8 regional companies, but in the Cape Town metropolitan area, we only have 6 of those regional companies, and in turn 5 of the regional-based companies of Santaco, they are affected in our phase 2A. So our 2 minibus taxi-based VOCs, they are structured through that 5 regional-based companies. Our approach is that individual operators, as I said earlier, they will not hold shares directly into the VOC, but indirectly through the shareholding that the regional-based companies will hold in the VOCs, and in turn, those license holders, they are the shareholders of that regional-based companies. The number of operating license holders of associations within the identified regions, within that MEA area that I spoke about, they are obviously, like I said, they are eligible for shareholding, which we will only be able to confirm through a verification process. That is currently what we are busy with, a verification process to confirm the shareholding in those regional companies. The regions, we can say they were provided, we provided them with a city facilitated opportunity whereby they could choose which of the 2 minibus taxi-based VOCs they would prefer to acquire the shareholding in. And I can report at this stage that we have concluded the options for these 2 VOC, or the groupings that will form those 2 VOCs. In terms of the impact-based compensation, as we know in our phase 1 or across the country, when BRT started, we had this full minibus taxi replacement approach that we adopted. And obviously we've learned a lot of lessons that minibus taxis, they're really not going anywhere. In fact, they're only just growing. So our full replacement approach has proved, like I said, the drawbacks, and therefore we need to rethink our approaches. And therefore in Cape Town, we're coming up with this new approaches of getting the minibus taxis part of our MyCity service provision. And also the difficulty that we experience is that accommodating partially rather than fully affected operators with operating licenses, especially where they operate across the phase 1 area boundary. We've had that challenges where we couldn't just remove the taxis in its entirety because they really just operated across our MyCity boundary. So we need to look at how we deal with negative impact on existing services. Our phase 2A warrants, like I said, a different approach to this compensation determination, because we must also acknowledge the fiscal challenges that we have as a country, and we also want to then promote the complementary alignment of minibus taxi services within the IPTN. So for Cape Town, our intention is to pay compensation based on the negative impact of MyCity services on the minibus taxi operations, notwithstanding that in addition to compensation, the minibus taxi operators whose services are affected, they will also operate the MyCity services for the city. So I'm not going to go through this slide, just showing how we going to measure compensation or determine compensation based on the impact. And that is my presentation. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Reggie. A lot of information, and it's great to see the synergies between the different presentations that we've seen so far, and also great to see building on the lessons learned from phase 1 MyCity, as well as the lessons learned from the pilot projects that have been undertaken. Some real innovation coming through there. I'm going to hand over now to Eddie Bucas. I know we are running quite short on time. I think we're scheduled to 1, but Eddie is available to go a little bit later. I think we may cut into the synthesis and conclusions and questions and answers. I'll just discuss that offline with Harry, how we manage that. But just let me introduce Eddie first. So Edward Bucas is a senior transport specialist at the World Bank Group, working in the Southern African region, which covers all sectors, both urban and rural transport, freight, public transport, maritime, as well as aviation. And he has more than 20 years of experience in construction, consulting, academia, public sector, and development financing. He's going to talk to us and share some of the work that he's doing on transforming transit in South Africa. Over to you, Eddie.
Thank you, Peter. Let me just put my screen up.
It's coming through. Great. Just share.
Looks good.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Last but not least, or what is it? Save the best for last. I'm not sure. Thanks, everybody. Yes, it's been great listening to all the presentations. There's certainly quite a bit of synergy. I'm going to tell you about a project that the World Bank Group is working on with the DBSA called Transform Transit in South Africa. It focuses on the same questions as what all the other speakers have focused on. The topic of this talk today, formalization. Taxi industry is huge, it's growing, it's robust, it generates significant revenues, and it plays a central role in public transport in South Africa, whether we like it or not. Everybody's been talking about formalizing. We've heard various approaches to formalizing. This project was aimed at understanding how exactly do we do this? What is the nuts and bolts of formalizing a taxi company? Our partnership with the DBSA is building on some of the good work that has been presented here before by Reggie, in particular in Cape Town, to look at how can we develop this approach to improving the quality of minibus taxi services in South Africa. Our focus is on ensuring that whatever we do with an association is sustainable. Importantly, irrespective of state support, with the view that our findings, the work, the outcomes of the project can be applied across the country, but also perhaps there's some ambition here regionally in some of the neighboring countries, where many of the challenges that they're experiencing are similar to what's being experienced in South Africa. I'm not going to dwell too much on what the core issues are. We know what many of the issues are: poor quality services for passengers, poor working conditions for drivers, challenges with managing systems for authorities, and then severe societal impacts. We've got high fares, we've got overcrowding, we've got unsafe vehicles, poor quality boarding facilities, drivers working extremely long hours, often under dangerous conditions, uncertain, volatile earnings for drivers, high rates of violence in the industry. This is a constant threat to communities. The cost of mobility is very high, struggles around integrating the mode with other modes. We've heard many of these being discussed by other speakers. Suffice to say, the issues are vast and varied. The premise of our project is that at the heart of all of the issues that I've raised now and that others have spoke about earlier on is the business model, the business model that's prevalent in the industry. And there are many aspects to this, how the taxi industry actually operates. I'm going to highlight two. The first is the driver manages the revenues and the major cost elements of the business, being fuel, the operating cost elements. That is very important because it means that the owner of the vehicle, the owner of the license, the business owner really has very little insight into how his business functions. And so you have the daily target system that comes about. And because you have a daily target system, the best way to maximize your revenue or to maximize the certainty of daily takings is you run a fill and go type service. We also know that this target system is what really underpins and incentivizes the speeding that we see, the dangerous and inconsiderate driving. These are the things that other speakers were talking about, and that they're trying to target with incentive systems. But it's right at the heart of how the business actually operates, how money moves through the business. The other important aspect of the business model is that it's everybody for his own. It's an individualized industry at a micro level. That's very fragmented. Within associations on the same route, you have destructive competition between owners. They're competing for the passengers. this individualized, atomized nature of the industry also means that when you go and apply for financing, you're doing it in your individual capacity. So the risk profile of that application is reflected in the cost of capital that the industry receives. And then this high cost of capital has implications as well, because it means you're extending the reinvestment period in order to get as much return out of the asset that you purchased as possible. You're not doing the maintenance you necessarily would have done or you should be doing. And fundamentally also, your options around what size vehicle you buy, aside from the regulatory constraints, you're fundamentally limited to a particular type of vehicle because that's the only bus you can actually afford given the cost of capital. Other aspects of this is that the leveraging of economies of scale that other bus companies, Golden Arrows, Patcos, those types of companies are able to benefit from. The taxi industry cannot benefit from that because it operates as a series of micro enterprises. Coordinated investment needed for things that a normal bus company would need, depots, fueling facilities. These things are very difficult to do in the fragmented industry. And then, you know, the taxi industry sustains a very large and vibrant value chain, covering everything from insurance through to spare parts and aftermarkets. The atomized nature of the industry means that it's very difficult for industry participants to meaningfully and at scale access that value chain. Moreover, the way the industry is run now, the way the industry runs itself now is deeply inefficient. If you look at it from a transport a planning perspective. So the way that the people in Cape Town are planning the My City and the considerations that they're putting into how they're doing the ops planning and these kinds of things, those go completely out of the window when you're talking about how the taxi industry operates simply because of its fragmentation and the business model that underpins it. So routes are heavily oversupplied. Reggie pointed to the 7th Avenue case. In that instance, up to half the fleet, I think it was half you've said, on that corridor, on that service, was able to be removed through optimizing the operations while still meeting the demand and generating the same revenues. I mentioned the vehicle, 16-seat buses. We know them, they're ubiquitous. Often completely unsuitable for the route. You know, those of us who've been involved in bus planning, bus service planning, we spend hours, days, weeks, months fretting about which vehicle is the right vehicle for the route. Here we only have one type of bus. Doesn't matter if you're running 50Ks or 5Ks. This drives higher fleet requirements and higher operating costs. There are extremely high levels of dead or unproductive mileage in a typical minibus taxi operation. Two immediate things: drivers take the buses home and then they bring them back in the morning to start. That is already a lot of dead mileage right there if you aggregate it across the association. Drivers driving around looking for passengers with no consideration of the cost of the operation. And then I mentioned already the individual small businesses cannot leverage scale to lower input costs. Right? Golden Arrow doesn't go to a Toyota dealership to go and buy its buses. Right? It goes to the OEM. Right? They don't fill up at the local BP. They have fuel bought in bulk purchase, brake pads, tires, all of these kinds of things, financing deals, insurance deals, all of these sorts of things that a normal large bus operation would benefit from, the taxi industry is unable to benefit from and makes it deeply inefficient. So our view is that supporting the industry to eliminate these inefficiencies is really the key opportunity to introduce the kinds of reforms we'd like to see and to effect change. The project thesis is that these reforms that we're looking for must be built on transforming the current business model. The business model is at the root of many of the core challenges in the industry. if you're going to address those challenges, you need to work on the business model. Business improvement needs to be the starting point to create real empowerment, to create a platform for innovation, entrepreneurship that we know the industry is capable of. And an empowered taxi industry can ultimately be a driver of job creation, community upliftment, all of these things that we're looking for. So again, the core argument is that greater cooperation amongst operators makes it possible to deliver much greater efficiencies in matching the supply with the demand. Transport Planning 101. And then those efficiency gains, that extra that you win by introducing those efficiencies, you can share that. You can share that so that users get better, safer services, so that drivers get better working conditions, and so that owners ultimately can earn better results. And a stronger, more organized transport business now offers a platform for all that kind of innovation, expansion within and outside the sector as well. And here's the kicker. There is enough money in the industry, in the average transport the taxi association, to sustain all of the reforms we're talking about on commercial terms. There's a lot of money moving to the taxi industry. I've put two examples here. The first association is a large association by anybody's measure. 3,000 vehicles across 2,000 members, each bus making about 900 Rand a day. That equates to 864 million Rand in turnover every year. Just turnover, not counting the asset values or anything like that. A smaller association, only 500 vehicles, makes a bit more per vehicle, 550,000 turnover a day. That's still 176 million Rand turnover per year. These are not insubstantial businesses. These are not small businesses. This is not penny a penny. But the industry still struggles to access the most basic financial services. They don't have overdrafts, loan accounts with the banks. These sorts of things are beyond many industry actors to actually access at scale. I don't know of a single business that generates almost R1 billion a year that has to go around looking for money so that it can have a tent for its AGM. This is the kind of thing we see. It's completely incongruous. And the other important thing to note here is with that kind of money moving through the industry, right? What you're really looking for there is how can you extract as much value for the industry from that cash. And TTSA provides the associations that we work with the technical support and the access to the concessional financing needed to help them restructure their businesses into commercially viable, bankable, sustainable corporate entities. Our approach is really 3 steps. We analyze the business as it is in detail, follow every cent. We collect detailed information on the fundamentals of the business. Who are the passengers? What is the costs? Who are the actors in the business? What are their circumstances? We model those operations and the business processes, informal though they may be, within the association. And this provides us with key insights. Many times, in fact, every time that we've done this exercise, this is very valuable information for the taxi owners. They almost never get to see their operation in this light. From that, we then work with the association to develop new business plans, an optimized operations plan, including scheduling, vehicle fleet diversification, the like. The back of that comes a new business plan and a financial model to support it, and then startup support and capacity building. Various scenarios we look at, sometimes zero investment is needed, other times it's limited investment just for fleet perhaps, and other times it's fleet and facilities. And then the important thing is any investment that's designed for an operation like this is designed to fit within the cash flow envelope of the business, right? We're assuming no support from government. We then test our improvements, support the association to pilot the operations and the business models, make the required adjustments to that, and then identify any investments to support further. Our operations pilots, typically, we're focusing on specific corridors within an association. We're going about it incrementally. Scheduling the services, centralizing fleet, driver, and operations management, centralizing the revenue management, centralizing costs, introducing cashless payment systems, doing training and capacity building. And the aim there is to demonstrate the commercial viability, cash flow track records of this new entity so that we can prove bankability. We iron out the operational issues before wider implementation, and we also look to where else can we provide support, perhaps in accessing value chains, perhaps in accessing finances. What are the expected outcomes of the project? Firstly, an improved service. So a predictable public transport service at the same price, by the way. No more waiting for the taxi to fill up. A safer, more secure, more comfortable service, better run, better organized ranks, and a wider selection of routes. Real empowerment. That money is that I pointed out previously. The taxi industry has potential to be the largest single pool of latent wealth in this country. All of the share value in those taxi companies is massive. It would be one of the biggest Black economic empowerment initiatives if we can roll this out at scale. Members build wealth by owning an equity stake in a well-run, profitable business. Shares can be used as security and collateral. Most taxi owners get the rates that they get currently because they don't have any collateral. You're allowing expanding access to the financial market for owners, opportunities for growth and development. They can now begin to consider other areas of the business that they can expand into, other business lines that their business can expand into. Security, predictable income for owners through regular disbursements of profits. Employment security for drivers in line with basic conditions of employment, and better working conditions for support staff and drivers. And then finally, a platform for growth and innovation. This new business can now build its service offering, can support the growth of all the related SMMEs involved in the sector, the mechanics, the vendors, etc., through partnerships. And you can open the space finally for the real innovation that's waiting in the wings by and large. Huge potential for digital and mobile technologies such as fare collection, my colleague mentioned Wi-Fi and the rest, fleet management systems, customer relations management systems. The sky's the limit there. Thank you very much. Peter, I've gone quickly, but I think that was the point. I hope you've enjoyed my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Short and very impactful. Thank you for sharing some of the insights for the work that you're busy with. I think there's a lot of very valuable lessons there from what you're doing. Great. So the next item on the agenda is the kind of concluding statements. We are now 5 minutes over time, but I think in discussion with Harry, we've decided to just keep running with the agenda. Apologies, we do apologize for the overrun. I think there were some really good insights, and we didn't really want to cut people short. So some of the presenters may not be available to answer questions at the end, but that's okay. Please do note your questions in the comments as well. And those that have dropped off the call, we'll collate those and I'll get back to you. So just some of the conclusions. I think it's quite a difficult job to try and summarize some of the insights that have come through today, but I do want to thank everybody for the valuable and quite fascinating contributions. It's wonderful to see all the different approaches that are being considered and tested across South Africa, and really quite an exciting time for the sector. In the chat, there was some quite robust discussion around taxi recap at the beginning of the session, then around vehicle finance, some of the challenges there, driver working conditions, and how to address fare chasing. There were also concerns raised about the longer term impact of IPTN implementation on the livelihoods of minibus taxi operators who've participated in these initiatives, including as shareholders. And I think those are points that do need to be discussed and debated further. I think it's clear to see that we share a lot of common ground between the different presenters today and the different initiatives at different spheres of government and through other institutions that are heavily involved in the sector. And there's strong alignment. I think Reggie made that comment earlier on between many of the initiatives presented today. And as professionals and as the sector itself, we clearly, and Mr. Hermanus made this point, we clearly have shared objectives to improve minibus taxi services and their delivery of services to passengers, and take steps towards formalizing the industry and the benefits that come with that. I think we're quite clearly articulated, especially in the presentation from the World Bank at the end. So while there are many areas of alignment, there's also quite marked differences in approaches, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think I think we are, as we mentioned earlier on, at a stage where we're testing different approaches to see what works and what doesn't work. And given where we are, yeah, that's in a sense it's a positive thing. And we're trying out different things to see what works and what doesn't work. The sector's innovating and experimenting, and that's great. And in such a diverse and complicated and complex space, I don't think any of us really, I don't think anybody really knows what the full solution is. So in this kind of area of experimentation, I think we are in the, I think we're moving forward quite quickly, actually, given some of the feedback we've had today. While there are some interventions that could be effective across all contexts, I think we should also acknowledge that different things will work in different contexts, and so it's not going to be necessarily going to be a one-size-fits-all. I think the leadership structure of some of the associations varies quite widely across different contexts. So some things that work in some associations may not work in others. But again, I think we should see this as a process of transition. It's not a big bang approach to have big impact all at the same time, all at once through a single project. I think we're going to get there over a much longer period of time. So that's kind of just the opening remarks, and then some comments on the presentations. Colleagues from National Department of Transport, they've given us some insights onto their thinking on the reform in the sector, as well as the overall public transport sector, and how the importance of subsidies and ensuring that the reforms put in place are geared towards improving the passenger experience. That's obviously the first and foremost objective from a policy perspective. It was interesting to hear about the valuable work done by the City Support Program to document and synthesize and disseminate information and engage on taxi reform, and we look forward to the findings of the multi-criteria analysis that was alluded to. I think it's a useful piece of work, and happy to see that engagement is happening, and that study. I think we need more of that, and these kind of discussion forums are clearly also part of that process to better understand and interrogate what's happening across the country. Very good to have the industry represented. Thank you very much, Mr. Hermanus, for joining us. A very rousing presentation around some of the challenges faced by the industry, which is great. It's great that to have given you a platform to share some of your insights. I think very impactful, and we saw that from the very complimentary comments in the side chat, particularly on your thoughts on how we can move forward. In particular, the benefits of formalization, I think another common thread that's come through, and noting the call for government to support industry reforms. And I think the point well made that it's, industry needs support to achieve some of the objectives that we're working towards, and it won't happen in isolation. We also heard about some of the innovative incentive programs being designed and implemented both in the Western Cape and in eThekwini. I think there's a lot of valuable insights there and lessons learned from progress that's been made. We saw an evolution on the thinking around IPTN integration that's coming out of Cape Town. Lots of lessons and important thinking there for the other metros and spheres of government that are involved in that space towards hybrid thinking. It's good we've been talking around hybrid models for many years, and it looks like we're kind of moving very quickly now towards real tangible solutions in that space, which I'm very excited about, and important that the importance of the minibus taxi sector working within and integrated with IPTNs and working with BRT. So that's a very another very exciting space of development and innovation. And then lastly, from the World Bank, the last presenter from Eddie, we heard just how important it is to analyze existing businesses and the value, in fact, inherent within these associations, and how by addressing inefficiencies in the business model, there's really an opportunity for real empowerment, access to finance and value chains, and using that as part of the lever to improve the delivery and service quality for minibus taxis in the public transport space. Just a few quick points on areas of alignment. Many of us have emphasized the need for and benefits of industry formalization, such as company formation and business development. Clearly, that's an important piece of the puzzle, and one of the facets of the Rubik's Cube that we talked about earlier on, an important part of the solution. There are several initiatives emerging in the tech space, both from within government and the private sector. Clearly, the potential of tech has the ability to improve the service offering, and something we should be keeping our eye on and continue to pursue and investigate in our different realms of influence. There's also alignment regarding vehicles and the need to really think carefully around vehicle finance and the role of financial institutions and the implications for that for the industry. I think some of the insights from Mr. Hermanus are quite fascinating there. And then I think there was also an alignment on the need for some increase in investment in minibus taxi improvement initiatives, whether that's specifically through project funding or a move towards subsidies and incentives. That remains a clearly an important space, and the work that we're doing through all of these different initiatives is helping us to move forward towards that kind of end state. I think as a sector, we need to think about how to assess what works and what doesn't work, and then ensure that resources are in place to scale up and what works for the benefit of the passengers, most importantly, and then best to support industry formalization and empowerment, and how these things, is it one before the other? Is it kind of happening at the same time? Is one required for the other? That's kind of part of this Rubik's Cube that we're still grappling with. And then I think that's the last from my side, but just a huge thank you to all the presenters and everyone in the chat for the very constructive contributions. It's really appreciated. There's clearly a need for more dialogue, more structured dialogue like this going forward. And so we do look forward to further discussions with key stakeholders to help move the industry forward as we continue to improve services for passengers. Maybe it wasn't quite 10 minutes, but cutting it a bit short is fine. I think we are pressed for time. Harry, I think now we will just open the floor for key comments. Perhaps you can just advise on how that will work.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I brought in everybody that's available. Mandla said he will start his camera later on with us. Ladies and gents, okay, so what we will do is we will collect all the comments in the chat room and then make sure it gets answered. I think what we can do on this stage is maybe ask people, is there any absolute burning questions you would like to ask the panel that you see in front of you? And the question could be, to a member of the panel or a panel as a whole. Peter will kindly, moderate for us. And what you can do is you can either raise your hand, under the more reactions or, reactions tab at the bottom of your screen, or you can unmute yourself, and when recognized, then, I will, give you opportunity to ask your question. When we're done, let's do this for a few minutes. And then when we're done, we're going to ask closing remarks from all the members of the panel. So can we see, is there anybody that now wants to ask a burning question, perhaps? Seems to me people are happy to go for lunch now, and we'll hear answers later on by email and so on. So that's fine then. Okay, there we've got Matthew. Matthew, you're welcome to talk.
Hi, thanks, Harry. I just had a question for Eddie. I was really interested in the presentation you gave, and when we think about public transport, where the norm globally, as we were all aware, is that it typically requires some form of ongoing operational subsidy. And I was really interested to hear your thinking that we can try and move towards an improved quality of minibus taxi services without ongoing operational subsidy, which would be amazing. I'm just wondering, like, what makes that possible within the minibus taxi industry, given that we need subsidies in rail, we need subsidies in bus, we need subsidies for MyCity and IPTNs and Gautrain. But we're saying that we're trying to avoid subsidies for the minibus taxi industry. What are the particular characteristics of the minibus taxi industry that would allow us to escape the subsidy burden? Thanks.
Thank you, Matthew.
So, thank you, Matthew. That's a great question. So the first thing is inefficiencies. Remember, when you're talking about any of the other bus operations that are subsidized, the PTOG services and the like, right? They have already employed all of the efficiencies, many of them, better or worse, some do it better than others, right? But they've already done the vehicle fleet optimization, the schedule optimization, the bulk, the scale benefits. All of that is already incorporated into their business model, right? So then the subsidy buys something in addition to what they're able to achieve on their own, right? So we can make that first push, right, of moving informal, fragmented businesses that are unable to, on their own accord, achieve all of the things that other bus companies can do, right? And in that inefficiency margin, right, lies the space for funding the reforms, right? Now, on top of that, if you want to bring down the fares, right, now it becomes much easier to engage that formalized industry around questions of subsidy. But the subsidy, very importantly, people never, this is not in the debate about subsidies. There are two sides to a subsidy, right? You're buying something for that money, right? You don't just give the money because it's you're buying something for the money. Never forget that every other public transport service that's subsidized is also subject to price control, right? Price control is what is driving the subsidy, right? It underpins the subsidy. So we can't talk about subsidies in the minibus taxi space without also talking about price control, right? And we can't talk about price control without offering a subsidy. The two are two sides of the same coin, right? And you can't even consider bringing in a subsidy now into the industry as it is. How are you going to do that? Are you going to contract with every single operator out there? No, they must organize themselves, right? So that you can talk to a corporate entity, right? You're not offering a subsidy to each individual bus out there. You're offering it to the bus company, right? And the bus company already does all of the efficiencies needed to warrant the application of the subsidy. So, subsidies, sure, like we can look at that. It's definitely important because the prices are high. And at the moment, price of diesel, 27 Rand, right? The industry is suffering, right? So there are opportunities for subsidy, but it needs to be to a formalized industry. I mean, practically, it needs to be to a formalized industry. And that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Right, it seemed to me there are no other questions. So what we will do, excuse me, we will then have closing remarks from our panelists, and then we will have Peter Gray being the last one. And Peter, then if you can then also kindly close the event for us. I would like to thank Pegasus for putting together this excellent panel. And it was a highly interesting event. And thank you so much for all the work you guys have done and the excellent presentations. Thank you for Pegasus for mentoring and guiding us. We really appreciate that, and also your sponsorship. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask then Eddie for his closing remarks. Then we'll go to Hanifa. Then we'll go to Lesiba. Then we go to Babalwa. Then we go to Reggie. And I don't know, Mr. Hermanus, whether you also want to say a few words before I then ask Peter to close the event for us. So thank you very much. Let's start with Eddie, then closing remarks.
Okay, I'm going to say everybody here is doing amazing work. The pity really for me is that we're doing it somewhat in silos. I don't really get to engage with the people in Durban and the like. Let's perhaps work through the cities, the CSP forum, maybe to bring all of these initiatives into some kind of workshop so that we can put our heads together. I think that might be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Much appreciated. Hanifa.
Thank you. Yes, I actually just wanted to echo what Eddie is saying as well. More platforms of this nature, more discussions. I think, Reggie, you touched on the question that I had about transition and transformation. We didn't really unpack more. What does that mean? Empowerment, formalization, integration, all of those things around the minibus taxi. What does it actually mean to the industry? What does it mean to government? What does it mean when we speak about subsidization? So I really feel that we need to have more of these discussions and these types of forums. And like Eddie said, yes, the CSP is where we're starting looking at just the models that are currently out there and the different innovations that are out there. And hopefully we can come back to this forum again to speak about what we have found in our research. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Much appreciate your excellent presentation and input. Thank you so much. Lesiba, I know that you've driven quite a distance to partake in this discussion, so we appreciate that as well. Can we have some closing remarks from you, please?
No, thanks. And again, thanks for the people who arranged this. I think it was very useful. I'll also want to support the previous speakers to say, I think we need to have follow-ups in terms of trying to expand on the discussion around these issues. I think what came out of the discussion today is that there will be a lot of initiatives that are being taken up in terms of bringing the reforms. What is important is for us to look at what works in line with the policy imperatives and objectives. We learn as we go. Some of these initiatives might work, some might not work. Even as government, we can't say we have a solution that will be imposed. We have to look at all options. So these kind of forums assist so that we can be able to unpack and get inputs from experts, and we will gladly appreciate and participate in future engagement when called upon to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lesiba. Thank you for supporting the private sector as well. Thank you for your advice. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's go to Babalwa.
Thanks, Eric. No, I don't have much to say, but I think what has been common across all the speakers is the intention to do more, but the budget constraints. I think it's been said that we have not been supported at a national level in these initiatives. Well, I can only speak for eThekwini. We have previously attempted to get support from National Department of Transport and National Treasury to fund the program, but to date it's funded purely by the municipality. So we do what we can with our limitations. So it would be nice to see a program that supports the minibus taxi industry outside of BRT, supported by National Department of Transport. Thanks.
Thank you, Babalwa. Thank you for good advice and good presentation. We really appreciate that. Reggie.
Thank you, Harry. Yeah, one can see Babawa still has some remnants from Cape Town. She spent a while in Cape Town. Well done, Babawa. I concur, and it's just giving credit to the fact that as the cities across South Africa, my comment here, I was really encouraged that I didn't experience any negativity towards the various initiatives to assist the minibus taxi industry. I think it was common that there is a desire and an honest desire from all officials to really seek the solution for the formalization to the minibus taxi industry. I must commend as officials. To the industry, I'm not sure if Mandla is still around, but Mandla, we engage a lot, and I just want to encourage in the Cape Town context that the message go out there, especially after what you heard today, that my appeal is for the industry to understand government officials' constraints that we have. Babawa alluded to a few, and just to understand that, because I think what we experienced today was really that will and the desire for us as officials to really make the minibus taxi industry a key part of the public transport provision. But those constraints given by legislation, given by funding constraints and policies and all of that, please, as a leader, Mandla, my personal appeal is to make the industry at large understand those constraints. I think you heard today through all the presentations, we are not doing nothing. We are trying as cities, we are trying our utmost best to make these initiatives work for the industry. And for me, I think with all due respect to my colleagues, which have all got some Cape Town flavor, Hanifa, you mentioned about we must discuss more, we must discuss. But with all due respect, Eddie, Gershwin, Hanifa, I think the time for talking, we have everything at our disposal. It's action now. I think a decade ago, we didn't have so much platforms to talk around minibus taxi reform, but we have made strides from a national level through provincial level, local level. We have made huge strides to create these platforms together with the Transport Forum to showcase what we have done or what we can do for minibus taxi reform. So for me, lastly, the time is now. I think we should all take the action and move this forward. So thank you very much for the opportunity again, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you, Reggie. Yes, and we're behind you and supporting you. Thank you so much for your kind words, and thank you for mobilizing us. We really appreciate it. We're looking forward to helping this important initiative. Thank you so much. I don't know, Mandla, if you want to say a few closing remarks, perhaps?
Yes, thank you. Look, what is critical is for engagement like this to continue, especially with the industry represented, because for a long time, people have been meeting in corners and doing research and talking about us, but never talking to us. So I think it's high time that we become part of the discourse and in shaping the future of the minibus taxi industry in terms of formalization and professionalization. And also it's high time now that the national department must come on board. You know, we cannot continue talking, at least now there are models that have been experimented elsewhere, but the national government, what has it done in terms of bringing the issues of formalization and starting working towards subsidization of the industry? What steps have been taken? Now you've got your Moja Cruise, your Blue Dot. There are lessons. The national department must then look at these programs and come up with a hybrid and say, this is what we will experiment with, and provide the funding to assist the municipalities that are doing it. At least they've taken the first step. But obviously, also as in the same vein as us, we cannot formalize on our own. the municipalities and the provinces, they cannot do it on their own without the assistance of the national government as far as funding is concerned.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mandla, for participating and sharing your concerns and also giving us some direction. We're looking forward to providing a platform to promote these discussions and to take this industry forward. Thank you so much, Mandla.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, please close the session for us. Thank you for your moderation today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you all again. Just the final word from my side is, I mean, I think just in response to these kind of closing remarks, I think the policy direction we all are aligned on and is quite clear, but how to get there is you know, there's clues, hints, there's things that have been tested, some of them have worked. I think, you know, I don't think we're quite there yet, but and at the same time, I understand the reluctance to kind of commit wholesale funding at scale. But it's quite clear as well from the speakers that funding remains a key issue. And certainly in my view, you know, allocating funding to test different initiatives is money well spent if it helps us to move there quicker. And without it, we may take, you know, much longer to get there. So, you know, the time for action is now, as Reggie says, but I do think that, you know, spending money on testing things is, as I said, money well spent. And yes, we need to engage more, and those formal engagements, we must find a way to talk more and to share these ideas and lessons learned. Yeah, and thank you very much from Pegasus. We're very happy to have hosted this, and we look forward to engaging further. Thank you very much.